Are you ready? ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Welcome in everybody to the Play versus High School Fall 25 Championship. I'm Surfchan, and with Chibi we're going to be covering League of Legends today with a very interesting conference coming out from Arkansas. How are you feeling today, Chibi?
It's always good getting to cast the next generation of League of Legends players, especially the collegiate ones, right? Because we're in the high school championship. Some of these players will be playing well into their collegiate years, and it's always exciting. So if I know me and you have tons of experience casting the next generation of League players.
Oh, yes, we do. And we have two exciting teams here that have been doing pretty well on their regular season of Fall 25, and how they're going to be facing out today in this finals is what we want to see on the screen. Of course, we have Bryant High School versus Haas Hall Academy, and the former being a team that completely wiped the board with undefeated record of 8-0 and a 16-0.
Yeah, best of threes is what it looks like to have a 16-0 game score. Not dropping a single game, or for people from other games, a single map, is actually insanely impressive. Your team has to be firing on all cylinders, and luckily, this is their second year in the finals. They are going for the back-to-back state championship, and it makes sense as to why they would be 8-0 or 16-0, but not to be outdone. So Chan, Haas Half Academy also went 7-1 and 14-2, so they've only dropped one series the whole regular season. Now it's not as impressive as going undefeated, but it's still damn pretty good, right?
It really is, because like you said, it's not because you lost one singular game, or in this case, two in a one series, that you don't deserve to be in the finals. That's why they're here. That's why they're fighting to perform the best League of Legends they've ever played, and especially feeling even more excited if they can show some more of their specialty when they are getting into university, that collegiate play. They want to get, those sponsorships and all of that. But of course, we are here with Play Versus. So let's talk a little bit about that as well, because Play Versus is sponsoring here the Fall 2025 High School Championship. And of course, we have the Road to Play Versus Cup, which is very important for us to address. The Road to Play versus Cup has begun. It is the best high school teams across the US and Canada that will once again gather to determine who is the best of the best and crown an ultimate champion. So thank you so much to our Play versus Cup sponsors, Zenny and Respawn. Remember to use code PLAYVS at checkout for 10% off your order site-wide at zenny.com. And of course, use that code PLAYVS. Play VS Team, that looks like Steam, but it's not, so it's Play VS Team, to get an extra 10% off the sale price at the respawnproducts.com shop.
Yeah. Great sponsors there. I know Zenny's been really deep into the esports scene. They sell glasses. They do all this kind of stuff. Obviously, me and you, Soph, we very much care about our eyesight. I know they have blue light stuff. I know they have regular glasses for people that have prescriptions like me and you, Soph. So I'm really excited to potentially grab me a new pair of glasses, whether it's sunglasses, blue light, or regular pairs. I think it's always important, especially if you're doing stuff like us and you're competing in League of Legends or any esport, you should really be taking care of your eyes, guys. So Zenny is important. But with that, I mean, we are going to be loading into the draft for game one. We are on live patch, so I'm really excited because towards the end of the year, I will say, League of Legends gets a little wonky because everyone's excited for the new season, right? There's all these experimental changes coming in, but you still have about a month to hit your desired rank. You still have about a month to play on what is the current patch or the flavor of the month. Worlds is done. All the other regular seasons for all the domestic regions are done. So it's kind of an open board to like, what's OP? What's really strong? Because you can't look at Faker, you can't look at Chove, you can't look at these guys and be like, well, what are they picking? You kind of just gotta think for yourself a little bit.
Yeah, thinking outside of the box, having some personality in those picks, and personally, I feel like that's what they're going for right now with that Draven band on the side of Bryant School, the first band there for Haas being the Azir as well. But you also have your usual Jarvan, this is a very strong jungler all around, and you also have your Void Queen coming on the side of Haas too.
Yeah, it looks like they're going more for target bans at the moment. I think taking the Draven away is smart, especially because that's one of those champions that can get really out of hand very, very quickly. And if you don't know how to deal with it, if you don't have to play into it, it can be a bit annoying. I think for both of these teams right now, both Brian and Haas Hall, I want to see simplicity, right? When we get to this level of competition where it's not quite collegiate, it's not quite tier 2, but it is still high-level competition, the team that builds the easiest comp to execute tends to win out more often than not, right? I mean, you can even look at it at the highest level of play. Sure, you want to pick something flashy. Sure, you want to pick something that has a really high bar of execution that allows you to carry. But sometimes you just got to do the KISS method, right? Keep it simple, stupid. And that's what I love about both of these teams. The Sejuani is really, really nice. Pairs up with a lot of different melee DPS solo laners here. And I think Xayah is fundamentally one of the best AD carries right now simply because of the safety that she allows with her ultimate and flash. You very rarely are going to be getting caught out.
Yeah, and when you already have a Jarvan and an Amumu out of the question as well, you're just really narrowing down that dive champion pool, and Xayah is also the one to actually excel in that regard. Wukong was the next pick there for House Hall Academy, while the side of Brian has already picked that bot side, who's going to be facing...
Oh, hello?
It will still definitely...
I think the Twitch here for Bryant is going to be nice as a scaling option. Wukong is going to be really tough to deal with. Haas Hall Academy has the tools here with Xayah and Wukong to kind of jump onto this Twitch. The Viego is interesting, though, because now the Sejuani indicates to me that it's going to be going top lane.
I would say so, yeah. I don't think we have that much versatility on the Viego, so Sejuani would be filling that role. And I'm interested as well with this side of Household Academy with going for the brand. So a lot of that AoE damage that can really pair up well with that Cyclone that the Wukong brings. And if you can get the feathers pulled back with the Xayah, very strong. We have been seeing.
Yeah. And the last couple bans coming in, Hassal Academy throwing the Darius away here, as well as the Victor, just getting those solo laners out of the question. It looks like they suspect that Bryant is going to be taking the Sejuani into the support role with the idea that Darius and Victor are gone. I still think it's going to go topside. I like the banning of the Jax from Bryant. You don't want to really put any fighters into these tanks here, so maybe we'll see like a Renekton ban as the final one here, but I'm really interested to see what Bryant is willing to take away, because this brand can go into the mid lane, it can go into the support role. Looks like they're also going to be taking the top lane out here, so no Gnar, no Jax, no Darius. A lot of these fighters out of that top side at the moment.
Yeah, and going through some technical difficulties. Hope everything is ironed out right now. And as you were saying, with the round of bans having already finished and all of the just dive composition that we had been talking about and the brawlers, which you mentioned there for the top side, were the priority here for the bans in Bryant. But Hall's Academy now goes for a Nico, which I think, again, is very interesting for this composition. I think it pairs out really well since you're just going for a lot of AoE. The Nico can really do well if she can go in with her ult to get that pop blossom, get people up into the air, so the brand can really lock in that damage.
Yeah, I really like Haas Hall's composition right now. It's definitely something you'd see at the higher levels of play, right? The Wukong in the jungle, the Nico potentially at the support role, and then Xayah as well. Like you mentioned, just a lot of good CC setup, wombo combo potential for Haas Hall. But this Galio does kind of put a bit of a dampening to Hassal Academy's plans at the moment, because that ultimate, the extra magic resist and magic shield that you get, can really nerf a lot of the damage coming out from Hassal. But if this is a Mundo getting locked in, really you only have Twitch to deal with it on Bryant High School's side.
Yeah, well, they definitely had a very clear pass. So do you want to talk about that Mundo pick?
Yeah, the Mundo is really interesting. And it is correct. We are going to see that Sejuani go into the top side, and Mundo has just been a super popular pick, right? These past couple, I would say 2 months, a little bit into Worlds, but mostly Worlds, we've been seeing a lot of Mundo jungle. Mundo top lane is still very, very good. I don't know if you've been paying attention to a lot of the streamers out there and a lot of the like solo queue in Korea and stuff like that, but Mundo has just been getting universally picked and banned here. And even with the nerfs that he recently received, he's still a very good laner. He's still a very good champion. And unfortunately for Brian, it's pretty much Twitch or die, right? Like it's
Yeah.
quite literally Tarragon has to become the best AD carry ever to carry this game because Haas Hall just has so many different tools to jump on you, and there's so much AoE that Twitch has to avoid. And then really the only way he can do it is if he's invisible or if he's got that extended range from his ultimate. Now you do have the Milio paired up with it, so you do have that cozy campfire available. I just don't know if it's enough damage on Bryant's side because Viego needs to be able to reset. And quite honestly, I don't know if he has the ability to reset on something like a Xayah or a Brand who are going to be playing so far away.
It's so true. And Shibi, honestly, I feel like it's not just on the Twitch. I feel like a lot really relies on the Red Baron because this Milio is going to have to, like you said, with that cozy campfire, having that ult as well to cleanse, increase that range for the Twitch to really give it more survivability is what, to me, feels like the biggest point of strategy in this squad. But like you said, having the Viego as well with the need to get the resets and actually apply the damage is going to rely on the early rotations that this jungler is going to need to take path in because Wukong is also pretty good on 1v1s.
Yeah, Wukong's interesting because he's more of like that fighter jungle. He's willing to like clear his camps and then just walk into your jungle and see if he can like beat you up. Well, Sejuani, obviously we expect a lot more early game pressure, especially around these solo lanes. Both Galio and, Viego have the ability to proc Sejuani's passive here, so I'm going to be interested to see how Viego kind of works with his top side, works with Sej to really put the pain onto Mundo specifically. Because Mundo also has that passive where the first CC that hits him, it pretty much gets negated, right? He's CC immune for the first CC ability, so they've got to make sure that they're timing it up correctly, whether it's going to be Viego's stun that's going to be leading in, or if it's going to be Sejuani's charge, or maybe the stun from the permafrost. I'll be really interested to see how this top lane goes, because you can put a Mundo down very early, and if you do that, if you starve this tank from gold, then he's not going to have that ability to walk you down as he would normally when he pops his ultimate, and he's, got his Warmog, his Heart of Steel, and he's like hitting your 80 carry for 1,000,000 damage while you're trying to kill him. It's actually very, very impossible. So the Milio, the Viego, and the Sejuani are going to have to be very careful on who is going to be dumping CC into this Mundo, because on top of that, like you mentioned, Soph, there's a Wukong in the game. There is a Nico in the game. And they're going to be looking for some really creative angles on how to get onto your backline. I'm sure Haas Hall understands the assignment. If we get onto the Twitch, that team composition falls apart very, very quickly. And I'm sure that Bryant understands the situation. Like, hey, we have to protect our AD carry here. We have to make sure that we're walking him into fights. We're getting mid lane priority. We understand where we're playing, and we're not playing these split fights that potentially can happen in some of these more devolved team fights.
Oh yeah, and with what you mentioned as well, it just really feels like this composition was super well studied by the side of House Hall, with not just the fact that they have the CC, but also one of the safest ADCs possible with the Xayah, with that Featherstorm, which you have mentioned as well earlier today. So it's just a lot that I'm seeing from the side of House Hall that feels very locked in and very prepared to the style that we have seen Bryant play throughout the season of Fall 25 here for Play versus High School Championship. So I'm interested to see, like you mentioned, how we're going to see Bryant responding to this, because the damage is definitely lower on the scale compared to the Nico, with the Xayah, with the Brand. It's just a lot of burn down and a lot of AoE splash damage that the side of Haas Hall has, that Bryant is really going to have to know how to adapt.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see how these two teams match up, because obviously Haas Hall, they've only dropped one series their whole regular season, and with Bryant, they haven't even dropped a single game, right? They went undefeated. So I'm really, really keen on how these two teams are matching up, because it kind of felt like a bit of a chess match during the draft here, right? It's like, okay, you're going to pick Sejuani, maybe that's a jungle lock-in. Wait a minute, there's the Viego. Now there's that Sejuani going top side, and then they save their red side counterpick for their top laner on Haas Hall's side, which is exactly what you should be doing, right? You shouldn't be counterpicking like your jungle. You shouldn't be counterpicking AD carry. It's usually top or support here. And I think guaranteeing that Mundo into the Sejuani matchup is really nice, because typically how you want to punish Mundo is by using a fighter or using something that can just kind of whittle him down. But if you're going tank into tank, I mean, Mundo's going to have a fine time. And this is where I expect that Viego to kind of come in, put that disruption on that top side, and really get this guy down. Like, my main focus is, what do we do with the Dr. Mundo on the top side? Because he will eventually scale up to that point where he does become unkillable. I don't care if you have a Twitch, a Viego, a Sejuani, whatever. This guy is going to run all through your team here. And a nice little surprise here. So we do have the Winter Rift map, which I'm very excited about. It's been a very long time since we've had this map come back in.
Ah, it's just so beautiful. I love the snow. I love the decorations. Everything screams holidays, and it's wonderful. And I say that, but Brazil is not snowing. It's really hot. It's summer over here, but I do appreciate the fantasy that I get from League of Legends. Brian High School on your blue side, Household Academy on your red side for this first game of the best of 3 finals of the Arkansas Conference.
Yeah, and like we said, a lot of focus on that bot side. Looking at the summoner spells, nothing too crazy other than Tarragon specifically opting in for that Ignite in the bot side. I'm very interested to see how this Twitch is going to even be able to proc that, because usually Ignite is more for like mages in the mid lane or more aggressive assassins. But if he's going to open up with Ignite, let's say he goes invisible and then tries to, potentially take down Michael or Harpseal, I'll be really interested to see how that works, because Barrier and heal tend to be a lot better combat spells in that 2v2. Like, Ignite is nice, but you can just kind of walk away from Ignite and then re-engage with the Barrier and heal that's on the side of Hassal. So we'll see if Tarragon's kind of risky summoner spell choice pays off in the future. Maybe he just expects the Mundo to be on top of him, so he's just going to Ignite him early so he doesn't get that HP regen.
And to be honest, I feel like that's one thing that I was going to mention there, Chibi, on the side of Bryant. The need that this Twitch would have to get an execution is very early if there was a rotation from little Jimmy on that Mundo, but just go straight for the Ignite. You don't have to spend any money on it. It's just right there. But I feel like if there is some aggression to be done here, well, it definitely relies on Bruce Wayne.
Yeah, it looks like Team Art is already coming in and dominating this Mundo in the top side. If we take a look at some of these guys' OPGGs, if you were to look on paper, so technically Bryant does have a better team if you're looking at solo queue there. A lot of their players are like platinum and gold, with their lowest rank being silver. While you look on the side of Haas Hall, some of their guys are somewhat new to solo queue or haven't been playing too long. A lot of them are like maybe bronze or silver. They do have a gold player with little Jimmy. It is somewhat even, but if I were to give it like based off of solo queue and what I'm looking at right now, it is like 55-45 Bryant High School's favor. But at this level, when it is coordinated play, as we do see a flash from little Jimmy, it can be a little bit more difficult to leverage those rank advantages.
All right, speaking of advantages, I feel like this is what and how Brian is going. They missed it. There's no way a dodge from little Jimmy. The fancy feet on the Mundo actually forcing out that flash from Team March from that Sejuani to get away from tower range. Wow, that was really gritty.
Yeah, T-Mart going for the kill confirmed there. Saw little Jimmy. Wait a minute. We actually did end up missing that here. Wondering what happened. So
we're getting a replay.
Yeah, we just saw little Jimmy dodge out this one. Is it going to be a Q into W? Like, how does this kill actually happen? Oh, there we go. That's exactly how it happened. So
Exactly. You didn't have another flash, so it's gonna be that ability that gets through. Now coming in here on the bot side, Tarragon is actually gonna take a lot of damage themselves. They pull in, gets the Expurge. Now Tarragon has to try to escape. That Cozy Campfire is still on cooldown, and it's still risky for Tarragon here, but they were the ones to initiate this fight. 50% on both bot laners for Haas Hall, but Tarragon is very exposed. Mid lane as well, a charge and a taunt here just to poke it out. With a gank coming from Bruce Swain as well. Gonna go into Fog, gets a nice stun. Now Detective actually not in range to get that extra bit of damage. So they're just going to disengage. Bot side once again, going with the Ignite. Going through Tarragon Expurge, and they get the kill. Pushing for another onto Harpseal Pup, but they are going to escape.
And that's that Ignite, but Soph, we might not be done yet.
Looks like so. NCG, nice clone. There's still a charge. No mana though for Detective as they disengage. Very, very lucky for the Wukong.
A lot of fighting in the span of like a minute there. It was pretty quiet during the laning phase for both of these teams, and then things started to get a little bit out of hand here. really well played from Tarragon and Red Baron specifically. Technically, they had the HP lead on that first trade because, like you mentioned, so Michael and Harpseal were both 50% HP, and as long as Tarragon can heal back up, they were fine to re-engage, and the Ignite wasn't used in that first fight, so they were able to negate a lot of the healing coming out from Harpseal Pup on that bot side. It was a singular kill going over to Twitch, but that's exactly what you need. You want to have some of these more late game centric champions start snowballing early so they can get ahead of the curve. And Tarragon already picking up that blasting one. Really interesting. It's not going to be an AD focused Twitch. It's going to be more AP focused, which has a lot of damage on that passive and that E executor, the exterminate there.
Oh yeah, and it's a lot that they actually need, that damage over time, right? For Tarragon, for the side of Brian when they're facing against Low Jimmy. So we'll see how this is going to be played, because they still will need that gut healing in the late game, which we have been mentioning, but not from the executioners coming out from that Oblivion or bot side. There's some damage that comes out by Seal Pup as they clean out the ward, but priority here is for Bryant on the first Drake of the game. It's an Ocean one.
Yeah, good prio on that dragon here. No trade of objectives is available, and because that bot side kill happened, unfortunately, a crit Cloak Xayah cannot contest a blasting one to it. You're going to lose that skirmish every single time. So real good recognition from Bruce Swain there, understanding, hey, my bot side has prio, they just got a kill, summoner spells are down on Haas Hall. I'm pretty sure I can take this by myself, but let me make sure I can secure this easily with my bot lane. And so far, Bryan High School showcasing why they went undefeated and why they went 8-0 in their series score. A really nice early game has brought them out to about a 400 gold lead.
It's starting to become a healthy lead, but like you said, 400 is at the stage of the game. It's all right. It's just trying to scale it up. But with what you mentioned too, with that explosive one, it's in the items that you actually see the power spikes. But side here for Haas-Hall. Ooh. They're going to go in. Viego is around. They get the nice W there. They're not going to commit at this point. They still have a lot of minions to go through. But of course, with that passive, you're good to go.
Yeah, that blasting one does a lot of damage simply because of that poison. It increases that poison tick damage. So if you get a couple stacks, if you open up with that W, which is what Tarragon has been doing, even if you don't get a ton of autos off, as long as you can get like a 3 or 4 stack E, as Team Art does have ultimate available, looking for a potential all-in, but Jimmy does pop the ultimate. So both of these top laners playing chicken, which is the usual case, right? Doesn't matter what level we're at. Top laners are going to be hitting each other like wet noodles, pretty much.
They will, just the pool noodles, and that's just how it goes. But there is a slight advantage for Team Art there because they didn't pop the glass prism there, the ice prism. So Lil Jimmy is going to be in the lower side of this trade. While bot side, again, we have Brian pushing out pretty hard with that blasting wand you mentioned, just claiming out the wave. Now NCG goes to the top side. They don't have the, no, actually they do. They have the Cyclone go in, manage to get them up into the air, but there's so much HP on the Sejuani that it doesn't matter.
Yeah, a bit of a force from NCG there. Wasn't really the best as Detective and Ronio are fighting.
Force now that flash. There's another one. Lands. There's the arcane comment is not enough. The potion, the last potion. Oh.
Ooh, Detective finding some value in that Galio. I think if that's any other mid laner, they die there, right? But the fact that it's Galio, the fact that you have a little bit of MR, you got that extra shield. Unfortunately, even if you land a full rotation of your abilities, the brand unable to get that kill, and little Jimmy gets his back stopped. I don't think this will result in a kill.
Well. How about the first cast the curse of the day, Shivy?
Oh, I'm sorry, little Jimmy. I apologize. I didn't know Glacial Prison was back up, right? He just used it, as that's going to result in a grub take potentially, or a contest from Bryan High School. Although there might be a skirmish, this is uneven numbers, so.
It is. It's going to be the grubs as well helping out at some point there, but it still has Hall who takes control of the top side objective. And considering that Bryan High School has taken the first Drake, we're somewhat even in this trade. Although Bryant did manage to steal one of the grubs themselves, and CG going to the mid lane, but they don't have that Cyclone available, so they're just going to scoundrel away.
Yeah, and that was pretty much in part due to the fact that Iranu in that mid lane was able to force Detective out, right? The flash for flash trade. That allowed them to start those grubs, and although Little Jimmy died, T-Mart was relatively low, right? He used pretty much all of his abilities. The Glacial Prison wasn't available. You didn't really have anyone to walk in with you because Detective's not there to use that Grand Skyfall onto someone like Bruce Wayne. Hassall are able to, in my opinion, sneak an objective out of Bryant High School's nose, as NCG now are fighting with each other.
Yeah, and sneakily when going in Bruce Wayne for this engage as well. Detective will get caught here on the snap up, blossom up into the air, but it's not enough damage with the feather fold that comes in. It does help a lot, but you still gotta be careful, taunted by the side of the Galleon. It's instead a double kill for Tarragon as they're still pushing. There's another pull back on the feathers. Oh, the Spine's so close. Is it gonna take it? No, the kill is actually gonna make Mikey survive. No, they do not. That eventually goes down. What an insane trade this was.
It was looking pretty good for Bryant. Once they picked up a couple kills, they stayed a little too long, Soph, and Iranu on the brand was able to finally walk his way from mid lane down there after a pretty greedy overstay from Bryant High School. They tried to get that final kill onto Michael. They eventually did, but not without trading 2 kills over to the brand, and that's a 4,000 gold brand. That is one of the highest, richest members on Hassall Academy's side. Now for Bryant, the richest member in the game is going to be Tarragon. 5-1 on that Twitch. Nashor's Tooth available. Full AP Twitch. And now I believe Harpseal's dead.
Yeah, that's a pretty much a dead Nico. Look at the expansion, now the auto, you're good to go. NCG cannot do anything about this. They're gonna get chased as well because they are pretty much confident, although there's an invade, or actually a flank coming out from the side of that Iranu brand. But still, just the sheer damage that Tarragon has accumulated thus far, with now 6 stacks on their Dark Seal.
Yeah, I mean, this is snowballing out of proportions, right? Bryant High School, this Twitch, we talked about how he has to snowball, how he's going to be the sole carry threat for this team, especially into Tarragon, or sorry, into Dr. Mundo here, Little Jimmy specifically, who has been put down pretty well, as now Michael walking into an area where he just doesn't have any prio, you don't have any vision, it's all dark. You have to be aware that Tarragon on the Twitch self can just go invisible and can literally be anywhere.
Exactly. That was a little bit careless. You have to be very mindful about the threats that this Twitch is on the hands of Tarragon. Now 7-1, just really feeling very wealthy. 5,700 in their pockets, the wealthiest of the members of this lobby all around. And Michael has to be so careful, not just because it's a Twitch that's that strong. We're talking about a Xayah. The Xayah really needs the resources to actually scale.
Yeah, I mean, if Michael keeps taking a couple deaths here and there, there's no way that he's going to be able to scale up to the potential that they need for Hassall to carry this game. Now, Xayah obviously scales very well. I wouldn't say scales better than a Twitch. It's kind of hard to scale better than a Twitch. But at that 6-item mark with the crit and everything like that, the extra safety that we mentioned, like we saw it kind of happen there as NCG is trying to force a gank onto that top side. Personally, I just think this is useless, right? Like, you're not going to be able to kill a Sejuani now. You probably won't be able to kill her ever again, especially in this laning phase. If you want to do it, you would have to have done it before she picked up the Bammies, before she picked up, you know, some magic resist and some HP items here. But now she's sufficiently tanky. And I think realistically, NCG just has to make plays with Harpseal. That Nico Wukong combo is deadly when used together.
Yes, it is. Looking at the Wukong here, taking some damage from Bruce Wayne just to get that dominance on that Scuttle Crab. Now followed up as well by T-Mart. And like you mentioned, having a Sejuani with Flash and Glacial Prism available, it's basically unkillable.
Exactly. And realistically, you know, between all this, Bryant High School had picked up that second dragon. We are going to be on Infernal Soul for this game. And Hassall on a timer, right? They simply cannot give this soul over to Bryant High School. The extra amount of damage that something like a Twitch and a Viego is going to get, that extra burst, is going to be absolutely lethal. Now, for Hassall, they can kind of, you know, kick back and relax a little bit, as Iranu does have 2 kills to his name. The AoE damage is going to be coming out from Brand, especially with that completed Blackfire Torch. I'm assuming he's going to go into Leandri's after. If you can get the bounce off of a lot of his ultimate. You can get that passive going onto multiple members. Mind you, Bryant is 3 melees, right? With Galio, Viego, and Sejuani. As long as one of those Pyroclasms bounces onto Twitch, it could be done here. As Tarragon did open up with that ultimate, unable to get a kill here, but Harpseal Pup is very low, so...
They are. It could be tempting here for them to continue pushing. Now, NCG pops out that clone. They're going to be okay. Just trying to at least get some of the minions here on this wave. But because Tarragon did take one tower shot themselves, they are not going to pursue this too aggressively. Just going to stay and shove out the lane. While on the top side, Bruce Wayne, Brian's jungler, will go for the Herald themselves with no contestation. And in fact, NCG being on the other side of the map, this should be an uncontested objective.
Yeah, and Bruce Wayne is going to hit that Evolved Smite as well. A pretty sizable lead there, 6 to about 0 now. And having that Evolved Smite for this Dragon coming up in a minute and a half is going to be amazing, right? 1,200 true damage over that objective. Really well played from Brian. Other than giving away those 2 grubs, realistically, Brian has had really good objective control. I mean, good on Bruce Wayne to just understand when and where he can move. Like, Detective's been the only one that's struggling, and realistically... if you're down a little bit of CS as the Galio into a Brand, you're completely fine. You're not picking that champion to win lane. You're picking that champion for team fights. You're picking that champion to enable stuff like your Swain, like your Twitch with that Grand Skyfall. And so far, that bottom lane play, even though it went a little bit bad for Bryant, overall was a net benefit. And you saw Detective being able to move around the map here. And now that he's picked up that Hollowed Radiance, as I say that, Harpseal Pup goes down in the bottom side in the river. Maybe not where they were supposed to be.
Yeah, I would say so, especially because there's still 40 seconds for that Drake to spawn. And I know that you said, Shivy, that Household has to contest that one. Oh, and maybe it is going to be a fortuitous for them right now as they get a kill. Although Iranu is very low on HP, so they have to retreat. Now, topside, T-Mod still really confident about this trade, although they're very low on health. There's no ult available for the side of low Jimmy. Now, Mod has to flash, and they are going to escape. On the other side of the map, NCG will get taken down with that explosion. Tarragon will take another kill, 9-1-1 on this Twitch as they're still chasing out the Zaya under the tower, trying to get in range. They get the slowdown, but the tower shot will not allow them to continue further.
Yeah, Tarragon really looking for that kill. Michael, no ultimate, or no, sorry, he has the Featherstorm available. Maybe looking to bait in Tarragon here, but Harpseal Pup is back after that, unfortunate death that they had in that river. Dragon is up. Bruce Wayne did go down. He's walking back to the objective, but because everybody's so bloodied and battered and bruised, Hoss Hall can't actually make a move for this Dragon. So, Soph, we might actually see another team fight coming up very soon. The backs are being taken by Tarragon, probably sitting on a ton of gold, 9-1-1, maybe wants to complete that second AP item. If that happens, Hoss Hall pretty much loses any sort of advantage that they would have had, because a 2-item Twitch, especially an AP one, is just going to rip through Hoss Hall Academy.
It will, and on the top side, that first brick will get taken down by T-Mart with this absolute monstrous Sejuani. Although we're only on a 2-0, feeling very comfortable on the jungle though. Bot side, bottom river will get contested by the side of Ness Hall as Brian has started. Oh, they're taking so much damage. The Detective is very low in HP, but the amount of magic resistance they have is still going to be confirmed by the side of the Twitch, and Tarragon will guarantee that one, but the fight is not looking good now. Hassel with that Milio ult, they're still going to be standing for a little bit, but there's not going to be much more for Brian High School to do aside from escaping. Bruce Wayne trying to just get away, not gonna get hit by that cleaver, so they're going to be able to survive, but a bloodbath for Hassel.
Little Jivy does get his back stopped in. Maybe trying to buy as much time as possible. T-Mart, unfortunately, no TP on that top side, right? Was on cooldown. Is going to get him a pretty fat paycheck, though. 800 gold going to be going into the pocket. The local gold plus that tower gold is going to be really nice there. This Sejuani is going to be a problem, right? Going to have Fimbulwinter done very soon. And Hoss Hall Academy won that team fighting the Dragon. They did lose that Infernal Dragon, so it's Infernal Soul Point now for Bryant. But that was a 4v5, and it still looked a little dicey, right? There was still a lot of low HP bars on the side of Hoss Hall, and that was with Detective not even really being with his team. Kind of took a bunch of damage to secure the Dragon. I'm afraid to see what Bryant's able to do in a pure 5v5 scenario where everybody's ready and understands what they need to do.
Oh yeah, a pure 5v5 front to back is so deadly. if it comes from Brian. But I'm thinking as well that composition also wants to be sneaky. You have the Twitch, you have good angles with the Viego as well. But at the same time, T-Mod on the Sejuani, Detective even, just holding out 5 members of Hassall on that bot side like you mentioned. Now with the Herald here, coming into the mid lane, gonna get a nice charge. They might be able to tear this tower down. Irano is trying to defend it, will be able to take the Herald down. But there's a lot of vision that Hassall has been able to put here on the bot side, and I believe it was placed even prior or because of the advantage they got after winning that Drake fight.
Yeah, Shadow Flame now completed for Tarragon, although Leandrin as well. Ooh, a lot of damage coming out from Tarragon. Yeah, this bot side juggle is not yours anymore, Hassall. Unfortunately, you are not going to be able to walk in here. Iranu, though, is looking for something. Maybe an over-aggressive blue take from Bryant will be the move. Bruce Wayne does reveal themselves. Whoa!
Yeah, well, over-aggression, I think that's the way to go here for the side of Brian. 2 kills already confirmed. Pushing out with that Cyclone. There's a TP as well that comes from the side of T-Mod. And it's just all the numbers they need to push this bot side. A double kill for Tarragon. And Brian is just really dominating. 17-6 and 3 Drakes to 0.
Yeah, 5,000 gold lead for Bryan High School. And right on cue, Otacon, who will be dearly missed in the next season because it is getting removed. It was only here for a year. The last Otacon that'll probably be taken in professional play, potentially, right? If we want to count play versus, unfortunately, will be taken by Brian. That's a massive EXP lead. The Roses as well, or the Petals, going to give them a little bit of more HP and AP and all that stuff. So, I mean, that's just a big snowball objective. It's going to put them even farther ahead. Hassall Academy, the objective bounties have ticked over. And sure, you've got Iranu, who's 4-1, who is kept on pace, let's say, with Tarragon, who has now, upgraded that Dark Seal into an even better item now. Shadow Flame, Nashor's has the Magi's on top. Like, Tarragon's going to kill this guy right now.
Yep. Just waiting for the punch. Oh my god! Was that a 3-hit KO? Yeah. I think it was. That was crazy.
Yeah, I don't even think he dropped the cask onto them so he could get the extra.
No, I don't think they did.
Opened up with the autos and said, "Yeah, I think you're dead now."
Oh, might be another one. Twitch. Yep, that's the Pop Blossom, but it's not going to save you. And another time that we see that Nico going down, Michael, though, feeling that maybe just putting down those feathers to lock them out and zone them from this tier 1 mid lane could help. And it does, but it does mean that the Xayah is going to be vulnerable.
Yeah, for a while, Featherstorm cooldown pretty massive. Tarragon as well has gone invis, and you could look at Bryant, and they kind of have like a pseudo reset composition. I know Twitch, his Q gets reset as we do see a tower dive.
Ah, that's insane. Forced out a flash from Michael. Another kill here in the mid lane. And oh my word. It's just, it was too, I don't know, exposed for the Xayah. Oh, the cooldown, the reset. Hey, they're going to be okay, but is Hopsy Seal Puff? They will.
I was kind of quaking a little bit. Tarragon went hunting. A little bit faster, we might have seen something, but Little Jimmy might be Tarragon's next victim here, so.
Yeah, they really are. 3v1 on this Mundo, and it's not looking good on the 1-2-1 champion. Little Jimmy pops out that ult, and just trying to maybe take down Tarragon, because to be honest, that would be a huge bounty. Still not able to make it. On the bot side, we have Bruce Wayne soloing that Drake, and with now 2-2-5 on this Viego, they should be able to do so pretty quickly. T-Mod takes damage quite a bit, to say so. Arcane Comet as well, but it's not going to be quite enough at the moment. Now Hassall will get to the river, but not in time, as Bryant will confirm that Infernal Soul.
Yeah, that's a big damage spike for Bryan High School. On top of the massive gold lead that they have, the Infernal Soul damage is going to be devastating, especially when Twitch is opening up on some of your more squishier carries like that. I mean, Iranu is just not in expunge range, but it might not matter. The tick damage from the poison. What did I just see?
Yeah. Well, you're doing AP Twitch. That poison is gonna hurt. And that is exactly what happened. The amount of time that it takes for Bryan High School to take this mid-tier 2 as well is just no time whatsoever. Now, Hassall having that Oh, we have max at 25 stacks, baby!
That's a ton. And yeah, Tarragon can kind of just terrorize Haas Hall here. Anytime he's off the map, Haas Hall has to put their head on a swivel, right? Where is this Twitch? Where are they going? Invis? Are they in base? No one is safe. I would even argue, even against little Jimmy, I think Tarragon wins the 1v1. And look at Tarragon piloting this Twitch with the utmost confidence. Just understands like, hey, I'm not in any danger. If any one of these guys face checks me, I'm going to be able to take them down. A full stack Magi is working towards what I'm likely going to be thinking is a Rabadon's death cap with that needlessly large in their pockets right at the moment. Like, honestly, they could just do Baron right now, and there's not much Haas Hall can do about it.
Yeah, because the damage per second that we know that can happen here from the switch and the poison. Of course, every member on the side of Bright High School feeling really comfortable. But of course, Tarragon being that biggest source of damage, they're going to confirm it very swiftly. Hassel still trying to get some control back in their own topside jungle, and they're not even able to do so with a couple of detection wards on the side of Bryant High School as well. With the Baron buff now, we have a TP from Team Out going to the bot side to defend this from Hassel, taking those objective bounties. Well, the rest of the team did go reset to get that extra bit of money in their pockets because Tarragon now has 2 needlessly large rods.
Yeah, they're building towards Rabadons. Who knows if they'll be able to actually finish it before the game ends as Iranu.
Oh,
Goodbye,
nice
friend.
dodge. Oh. That dodge was really satisfying on the W as well, coming out by Tarragon there. Oh, they get jumped on though. That's the cycle over the Pop Blossom, but it's not enough damage right now. They are going to take one down though, but it's Bryant High School once again, and it's a double kill, making Nico dying and reviving and getting killed again when Vieva resets on her. And now Bryant High School will push for that inhibitor.
Yeah, I mean, I think they can push for the Nexus here. 20-second death timers on a lot of these guys. Haas Hall, unfortunately, just too far down in the hole. Little Jimmy and Team are having their own little 1v1 skirmish while the rest of the team is fighting. They have their own gentleman's duel here, and unfortunately, little Jimmy, I don't think will have the ability to save this Nexus, and game 1 is going to go to Bryant High School in this best of 3 off the back of Tarragon. 19-2-4 on AP Twitch. I mean, that's kind of tough to come back from.
It really is, and we gotta give it to Bryant High School, continuing the undefeated, no-dropped games up until this finals. Will still be the case going into game 2 of this best of 3. So now it's the job of Haas Hall to try to make it to game 3. Well, we said that they had a very solid draft, but a couple of mistakes here and there, exposing yourself in the jungle when you had such a strong Twitch. Those have to be things to take into consideration.
Yeah, I just think there was a bit of a lack of respect on the side of Twitch's damage capabilities. I think the moment you see that ignite, you kind of have to switch your gear a little bit and be like, okay, they're going to try to play for kills in that bot side. Like, they're not looking to farm. Sure, if they can grab some farm, that'll be really good, but they're going to be looking for all-ins. They're going to be looking for those opportunities to leverage the Cozy Campfire. Plus, once it's AP, you kind of have to take, those short bursty trades. You can't let him auto you a lot. You can't let him get multiple stacks of his poison, because that expunge just does a massive amount of damage once more and more AP kind of stacks up here. I liked the draft from Haas Hall, but you kind of have to switch gears sometimes when you're looking at some of the adjustments that Bryant has made. That Sejuani top did its job, kept the Mundo down, relatively was a non-factor. Like, I was a little worried there towards the top side when we saw that 1v1 happen where, Sejuani had to flash away. But by that point, I mean, Twitch was already, or Tarragon was already like, what, 7-1, 8-1? It was kind of tough for Haas Hall to claw their way back, especially when they didn't even have enough damage. Like, Pop Blossoms were landing, Cyclones were landing, but unfortunately, Zio was just put down too much. And yeah, I want to see maybe Haas Hall like the strategy, I like the picks, maybe just on the execution side and changing your state of mind on what and how the game is going to be played based off of what I'm seeing from the enemy team.
Yeah, and a good mentality and good strategy is definitely what you need in a League of Legends play versus full 25 championship finals for these two teams. So while we get things ready for our second game of this best of 3, we're going to go into a short break, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody, to the Play vs. 425 High School Championships in the Play vs. channel. I'm still Sofjan, he's still Shibi with me, and we are covering the Arkansas Activities Association League of Legends Finals. We're getting into Game 2 of this best of 3 between Bryant High School and House Hall. And we know that it was a very dominant first game, Shibi. So do we need to see something specific from the side of House Hall to actually see them get this to Game 3?
Yeah, I think their composition was, pretty solid, right? You built it pretty well. You had AoE damage with the the brand. You had tanking with the Mundo, the front line. I think Zaya was a really good pick to avoid a lot of the damage that was coming out. Again, I just don't think Haas Hall was expecting the AP Twitch and expecting it to snowball so heavily. That's like when you play against stuff that you're not too familiar with, because nobody's really playing AP Twitch in solo queue, right? Nobody's really in bot lane. You're most likely going against AD Twitch if people are playing it. So when you don't expect that damage, when you don't expect, what it can do, it can kind of throw your game off. I think there were a lot of moments where Haas Hall was like, oh, we can fight this. Like, I landed a root. We can go in. We can, I landed the multiple autos. Like, I'm sure we can take down this Twitch. And then the Cozy Campfire comes in, the extra burn damage, and then you take multiple hits of the poison, and then the expunge comes in, and you're like, wait, I'm at 75% health in the blink of an eye, and then you're kind of wondering what happened. So I think for Hassal, just maybe kind of recognizing some of the more unfamiliar stuff, because like I said, Sejuani top is not a common pick. AP Twitch is not a common pick, and sometimes when you throw a wrench into the plans of a team, it becomes like, can we adapt? Can we actually figure out what they're trying to do? Where it seems like Bryant, they were in their element. They were very, very comfortable in what they were playing.
Yeah, they were. But if you're comfortable with League of Legends as well and you want to participate in the Play vs. tournament, spring enrollment is now live. So don't just watch the action, be a part of it. Enrollment for Play vs. Scholastic Spring 2026 season is now open. Compete in your favorite game titles and battle all the way to a championship. For more information, learn more about Play vs. and the upcoming season at playversus.com. So I want to see all these new prodigies coming into esports and just getting ready for the 2026 season to start. And of course, getting into something like this in a grand finals today is what they want to reach as well. So don't forget to sign up if you're interested. But going back to this series that we have right now, it's grand finals for Arkansas Activities Association in League of Legends. And with what you said, some tweaks need to be made, not exactly something that was wrong with the Haas Hall composition, but the mentality of how you deal with a big threat has to be addressed. Do you think this is an angle to actually bend the Twitch, target Bennett?
Yeah, potentially, but again, it feels like Bryant might have more tricks up their sleeve. Like I said, I don't think it's a Twitch issue. I don't think it's a Sejuani issue. I think it's just kind of changing your mindset a little bit and really understanding what are the capabilities of the champions that we see on the other side of the board here. Bryant High School are one game away from being the back-to-back state title champions. The other interesting note is that, so if you mentioned signing up for Play Versus, signing up for the new spring year, well, thing is, Bryant High School is a team full of seniors, right? This is their last high school state playoffs. They obviously have half a semester left to go, right? We are just in our technically first semester, winter finals year, so they will be playing one more. But I'm really interested to see what Bryant High School looks like after this year, right? After all the seniors are done, after they potentially win this state title, what is it going to look like? How many players have been able to pass the torch on? I think that's always something that's important, right? Legacy, especially even at the high school level, being able to be like, hey, we were the state champions, right? We were able to get so good at this game, be able to play such a dominant season that you want to be able to keep that going. And right now, like you mentioned, they have not dropped a game yet. They are still technically undefeated. They are 8-0, 16-0 match score on their game record. Now 17-0, one win away. And the sides have swapped. Haas Hall is on the blue side. Bryant is going to be on the red side. So Bryant's going to have that red side counter pick, while Haas Hall will be able to pick arguably a very OP B1, maybe like a Jinx we could potentially see here, potentially an Orianna, but it looks like Haas Hall have banned the Twitch away. They don't want to deal with that at all.
No, absolutely not. They maintain the Azir and the Samira, who are targeted bans for Bryant that were in the first game, but that Twitch. They recognized it was just too much of a
Ooh.
threat. Instead, the Draven that was banned in game one is going to be the B1 here for Hassel Academy, with Bryan High School having that R5, which you mentioned, that has to be usually prioritized for the side of a support or a top laner. We know as well that the performance that we saw there on the top side by T-Mont was very good on the Sejuani, but Sejuani is now banned.
Yeah, it's going to be a Draven in the hands of Hassel, like you mentioned. Jin being picked up. A bit of a different style of AD carry so far for Tarragon here, right? Was on the AP Twitch, a lot more aggressive, a lot more damage heavy. This is much more utility focused, and right now, Bryant, you know, their team composition is looking pretty good. The Nocturne on top of the Curtain Call could be devastating here, right? I like this 1-2 combo punch. Now I'm going to see if Bryant is going to be able to pair this Nocturne up with something like an Orianna that we've typically seen, or they're going to be going more for Wombo. You can put it with a Malphite. I like the Vi for the lockdown, although there's not too many targets that you need to prio at the moment. I would have liked Hassel to save this Vi and see what is more on the board, because Bryant, you know, can potentially pick something up like a Poppy, can pick something a little bit more mobile, and then Vi's not going to have a lot of good targets, or something like the Swain that is very good into all-in compositions, especially into the Vi, who's going to be diving into a massive HP draining Swain.
Yeah, Bruce Swain is what they're called. So Bryant is going for that specialty. Now, rounding up this first round of picks in starting the Ben phase, we have those targets on the top lane. No Jax, so no of those bruises there, those brawlers. Darius also not going to be on the table. Interested to see with what you mentioned as well, if we're going to see something similar to the likes of an Orianna that can come through on the side of Bryant with the Swain going top lane. We'll see if that's going to be the case though. Now, with Hassel having this composition that is kind of half and half. You have good range with the Brand plus the Draven, but the Vi is also looking to go for more of a dive style. So we'll see what's going to be the decision here and what they want to prioritize for bans. They go for the Victor. That was their last ban in game one as well. And Amumu also rounding out just like they did in game one.
Yeah, interesting Victor ban. Maybe they expect this Swain to potentially go into the support role with Jin, which is possible. I like the Shen. This is a very old school composition. So if this is classic submarine, right? Nocturne flies in, Shen is ulting on top, and you get taunted there. I do like this Mordekaiser pick to potentially isolate the Shen or isolate the Nocturne that's going to be flying in here. But there is a lot of AP on the side of Hassel. Bryant High School still has the ability to go Galio. I do like Draven Nautilus as a bot lane duo. But now I'm interested to see what Bryant's going to round this game out with. They have their top laner, they have their jungler, but we just don't know if this Swain is going mid lane or support. And with that TF being picked up, I think we know where this Swain is going.
Yeah, well, it used to be a time when we had more versatility on the Twisted Fate, but not anymore. So we're looking at this composition here where the Swain goes support with the Jin. So there's a little bit of poke. There's some advantage that the range support versus the melee on the Nautilus could appear as well. But both of these ADCs, they are not super poke heavy. So they are definitely going to be looking forward to getting the last hits locked in as much as possible, while the supports will just try to create that diversion, that nuisance, of course. But the side of Bryant is heavily reliant on that level 6. While Hassel has some very good engages early on, level 3 on the Vi, level 2 on the Nautilus. So things could be even more active on the bot lane for Hassel this game.
Yeah, Bryant's running a triple global composition. You can throw Jin even in there. He's kind of like half a global because of his ultimate. His Curtain Call covers such a wide area of the map. But it is very interesting that Hassel kind of looks at this global composition and says, you know what, as long as we group together, as long as we engage on the right person, they can't really do much. The Mordekaiser is nice from Little Jimmy, especially because, you know, if one of these globals steps a little too far forward, you can immediately put them into the death realm and hopefully walk out alive here. I'm just really interested to see what this Draven does. Michael is not going to have a fun time. Right, Nocturne's jumping onto you. There's going to be a Shen probably on top of your head as well once the Nocturne flies in. Twisted Fate's going to be gold carding you from potentially a mile away, depending on the build that they go. If they're going to opt in for that rapid fire cannon, like I think Draven needs cleanse here, but even then, is it enough? You don't really have a lot of peel. Vi and Nautilus most likely are going to be going in together. Brand is really the only one that can provide some sort of peel, but he's going to be wanting to get as much AoE damage as possible because, again, Bryant have run a relatively close-range composition, right? Unless you're running the rapid-fire cannon on the Twisted Fate, you do have to get somewhat close. Swain as well, relatively short range. He needs to be, you know, at least half of a melee range within you, right? To get that ultimate going, to really understand how much drain tank capabilities is. He can't play far away. Jhin is the only one that can safely play super far, and he's not a super high damage AD carry, at least not in the early game, right? It's not until he starts picking up that IE, that collector, then he can really start doing some damage. So I'm interested to see, you know, this brand, how it navigates into Bryant High School. We saw, Eranu pick up some kills early on, but it just wasn't enough. Hostile has to be a lot more put together. They have to be a lot more tight-knit so they don't make too many mistakes early on. If they don't fall behind super heavy like they did in Game 1, there is a world where Hostile can take this to a Game 3. Just because Mordekaiser, Vi, Draven, they're all very, very strong champions.
And they really are. And like you mentioned, I feel like there's a lot that can be done with this brand pick and how they played Game 1. It was good on the rotations, but it felt like some of the dodges that was also coming through from the side of Bryant were very, very good, especially on that W and E combo there to get the stun. So I'm thinking that if we see from the side of Hassel a little more fast rotations, I feel like they were on the place where they were supposed to be, but sometimes they were just a couple of seconds later than they should have to actually make that big of a difference to turn around the fight. For example, we had that one Drake that was taken by Bryant, but the fight was won by Hassel just as soon after.
Yeah.
I feel like if something like that can happen, where sometimes Hassel is the one to start the objective, like they did on the top side, for example, after they got an advantage on the top lane, it feels like there is a lot of room for the side of Hassel to really push for this composition that, like you mentioned, can really get some good damage, especially because of the shorter range on the side of Bryant.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see if Hostile can leverage some of their more early game advantages. I like how you pointed out that Bryant has very big level 6 power spikes, obviously with the Twisted Fate, with the Nocturne, with the Shen. But so we are into Game 2 between Haas Hall Academy and Bryant High School, potentially the final game of the series, and having Bryant crowned the back-to-back state champions. Or can Haas Hall take us to a Game 3? Can they play upset? Can they play spoiler to the full senior class of Bryant High School? We'll have to wait and see. As pretty standard defensive stance here from a lot of these guys, although I kind of would have expected Hostile with the Nautilus to potentially go for an invade here, but it looks like Bryant High School pretty good on at least scoping out the bottom side of the map.
That's what they go for with that tri-bush, like you mentioned, and Hapsio Pup will drop a ward preemptively, just being aware of the fact that with a Nocturne on the enemy team, they could go for an invade like you mentioned. Not going to be the case here for Bryant, but I have a feeling that this is kind of going to be the stance that Bryant has all throughout the early game, kind of being more safe, because with the level 6 power spikes that they have, they need to get to level 6 first. So early on, there's not going to be that much damage, while on the side of Household, they have a lot of room to really go for those early engages with level 3s on NCG, level 2s on Hapsil Pup, and just pop out some of those summoner spells early on.
Yeah, really, you know, the big thing to note, and we talked about it last game, Hall really needs to respect the capabilities of Bryant High School's champions once that level 6 happens, right? Be hyper aware. Hey, you know, TF moving off the map. I don't know where they are. They was looking topside. Or, you know, getting wards down into the enemy jungle, kind of tracking Nocturne at his Gromp, at his, you know, Krugs here, because that level 1 Nocturne ultimate doesn't have the biggest range, and if you can spot him out before he can get in range, then it's really, really nice to play around that Nocturne ultimate. You can make some of these Nocturne ultimates be completely useless here, and my big thing is, once you hit level 6 on Nocturne, you have 2 to 3 ultimates max before the laning phase is done, and you cannot just blow a flash with it. You have to get a kill, you have to get an objective, you can't just trade flash for Nocturne ultimate, because it's not really that worth most of the time.
It really isn't. You gotta be so mindful about those resets and the cooldowns, like you mentioned, Shibby. Here on the bot side, there was a trade started by Hapsil Pup that has been taking quite a lot of damage from the ranged support here on Red Baron for the Swain, and especially Tarragon as well. The false shot just lined up to try to get to you, Michael, but they are just not going to move that farther away from their own lane. Now, the rotation from both junglers has been opposite sides, with Hasshole going for NCG top to bottom, while Brian High School is going bot to top. But again, you have more of a power farm kind of jungler on the hands of Bruce Swain. Bot side, again, still doing pretty well, the side of Bryant, in poking out this melee support.
The double range from Red Baron and Tarragon is going to be a little bit difficult, you know, for the Nautilus, specifically Harpseal Pup, to deal with. They have to be very mindful of when they're going to go in, and Tarragon...
Ooh, having to use that barrier and flash as well. Now being rooted, Hapsil Pup might be forced to use that heal. Indeed they are, but the Ignite's still ticking on their head. There's quite some damage that was also laid onto Tarragon. Ooh, they're not aware that the Nautilus has survived with low HP. Flash forward, they don't have enough damage. What are you doing? First blood going to the side of NCG with that nice gank. Hasshole Academy will take the first kill of the game.
Good bait from Michael there. A little bit over-aggressive from Tarragon, though. Good on NCG to be there in the right spot when he needs to be. The Flash Vault Breaker is going to pick up that kill. But wait! That's just a fast back. That's all that is. That's fine.
No.
It's a fast back. Minions ended up killing Michael there. Getting a little bit greedy for those minions. But you know what? You get to base faster. It's a 7-second death timer versus, 8-second recall potentially. Yeah, I'll take the death timer, I guess.
I guess. I mean, nobody actually gets the kill or the assist, so I think you're fine. It should be okay. And back to lane. Oh yeah, you do lose the stacks because you're a Draven. That is quite a shout out here from our production. Wow. Well.
Unlucky. Unfortunate. At least you didn't stack up like 100 minions, right? At least you don't have like 200 adoration stacks or anything like that. But it's a little bit annoying. That's funny that minions actually make you lose the stack. Technically, any death of any kind makes you lose stacks there. So maybe Michael will be able to snowball once he starts farming up again. Crit Cloak in hand for Tarragon, while you look on the side of Michael, has picked up boots and a longsword for themselves. A little bit more combat power unless Tarragon gets lucky. But realistically, Brian High School, they're not looking to fight super early. Level 6 power spikes are coming in for both T-Mart and Detective very soon, and that's when the party is going to get started. And I have a feeling the party bus is going to be going down to the bot lane.
Yeah, it's definitely what the action is going to be, and they can definitely build that advantage with the stack power they can have with the Draven. That would be something that can work out really well towards their side. Detective in the mid lane, now with a very different champion than what they were on with the Galio. So we'll see how they are going to perform in the late game, because so far early game they have been playing well on the lane, although losing a lot of farm. Bot side, Red Baron will use that flash. Now rooted in place, Tarragon is looking to be taken down. There's no summoner spells, so the kill going to Michael definitely pays out for the adoration stacks that they lost.
Would have loved to have more though, right? Didn't die to the minions, unfortunately.
I mean, yeah. But you still got a kill.
Yeah, you still got a kill there. You still potentially build up towards what is going to be a serrated Dirk. I think that's the new build path. You go like lethality Draven early on, and then you kind of build into more damage here. As Iranu knows something is up, is able to back out. Once you start channeling the pick a card for TF, you can really know what's happening. As with that kill in the bot side, Dragon is going to get channeled, but Tarragon is here, has backed full HP. This is a potential skirmish that Bryant can win, but Detective is dead?
Yep, no, not Brian winning this one. The great engage coming out from Iranu there, especially spotting out the enemy Twisted Fate in the bush, guaranteeing that burst damage that you know that the brand can have, not even having to pop anything really. They still have a flash and barrier top side. There's some damage from onto T-Mart, but they are still a Shen, so they still have some shields, they still have some defenses there, and they should be okay. Still gotta be careful. Maybe that Mordekaiser will eventually force them out and get a reset.
Yeah, the big thing is T-Mart has to make sure he's not ulting right in front of the Mordekaiser's face, because Death Realm will take you right out of Stand United, and it'll be really, really difficult. You won't even get the shield off, I think. You won't even teleport, which would be tough here. But so far, Hostile Academy, looking like a different team than Game 1, have already snuck out to about a 1.3k gold lead, which is really massive at the 8-minute mark. And all the gold is in the right pockets, right? A BF sword in Draven's hand, as well as you got a kill onto the brand, and as Vi as well as Nocturnal is coming into mid lane.
Yeah, and there's the Shen as well.
Oh,
They actually don't land the taunt. And now Irana with that flash is going to escape. And oh, Bryant, that feels bad. Bot side, another route here onto Red Baron. They have to be super careful because the BF sword is really stacking damage for Michael.
Oh, man. Hostile Academy have taken complete control of that early game. Maybe there was an opportunity for Bruce Swain, but unfortunately, T-Mart does not hit that taunt. I get what he was trying to do. He was trying to taunt the other way so that Ranu would walk towards him instead of taunting into him. But unfortunately, just misses completely. That's a lot of damage. That's a lot of CC not there. And it's like NCG and Hostile think they can take this fight.
Yeah, they definitely can with that ult from Vi as well. That forces out 2 flashes over the pit. Little Jimmy does join them. And with that Mordekaiser not landing that claw, they are still going to continue chasing Detective. Very low in HP. There's the dredge line as well. Confirming a kill for Little Jimmy. And Haas-Hole with a new breath of fresh air. And the shutdown coming on the bot side actually for the Red Baron while this was happening. While here on the top side, T-Mod is going to get caught between 1 and 3 members. Wallbreaker, but the flash doesn't connect, but it's still going to be enough to get in range. Melee they are. Hop seal pup. Gotta be careful. Just trying to escape. They will with a dodge away. T-Mot does survive. So it was a very interesting trade all around. Very good for Haas-Hole here on the top side, while Bryant did capitalize with 1 kill in the bot lane.
Yeah, that's really good, putting that Draven down a little bit further, especially because Tarragon not on a hard carry champion, right? And was on the Twitch Game 1, 19-2 score line. This time around, it's a lot more reliant on Detective and Bruce Swain specifically getting those globals going and really understanding who they need to target prior. Little Jimmy, though, 1-0 on this Mordekaiser is going to be a problem later on, but that was a very tanky Shen. I'm surprised T-Mart lived all of that.
I feel like that's a constant situation for T-Mart, isn't it? On the Sejuani, on the Shen, it's just like, how did they survive? And they do. And they haven't died a single time thus far, but it's looking like it could be different here for Iranu. On 1s and 0, Detective is starting to burst them down pretty well, and a little more bulky with those rubies as well, going for that Rod of Ages as soon as they can. But here on the bot side, Hapsil Pup with 4 assists, feeling very comfortable on this Nautilus.
Yeah, completely different look than Game 1, where they were on the Nico. Really, really, kind of in their element, I would say, with this Nautilus. Point and click, hey, see hero, kill hero. A little bit of fighting in that top side. And Harpshield Pup has ticked over level 6, depth charge available, but as well as Red Baron does have that Swain ultimate, is a little bit more tankier. Bryan High School going for a bit of a beefier composition, right? We'll say in terms of like itemization. You mentioned Detective building that Roa. We see a Giant's Belt already in Red Baron's favor. I assume that's going to be built into a Rylays, but we'll just have to wait and see as a potential skirmish in this bottom side.
Oh, Curtain is cold, but the damage is fully on that Bryant squad as they have, at least for the side of Tarragon, taken 1 kill. It's a 1-for-1 for now. Yet another, the Haas-Hole takes it, and with that Brand damage really stacking up, it's looking good. But there's the Swain coming up as well. T-Mod gets a nice taunt. Now it's chasing out for Iranu as that Brand will go down, and Bryant has turned this fight around with the Red Baron and the Swain play, and just look at them go. Little Jimmy, though, chasing out after Tarragon, and will guarantee a kill for an overall 3-3 record.
3 for 3 in that bottom side, but look how quickly that gold has equalized in the favor for Brian. It's 19.4 to 19.3. The kills maybe not going into the right members, though. Bryant High School, 2 kills for the Shen, 2 kills for the Swain. You would have loved to see some of that gold land onto the TF or land onto the Nocturne so that they can hit those early spikes a little bit sooner. Although the Roa finished at 12 minutes, Hexplate as well might give them an opportunity to re-engage very soon. Detective still has that ultimate available, so can still teleport anywhere on the map as needed. Maybe they can use it for vision, but Bruce Swain specifically on the Nocturne, no ultimate available. Cannot turn the lights off. This is the second dragon of the game, and we're in for another fight potentially in this bottom side river.
Dredgeline did connect there for Hasselhoff, but they are going to wait for a runner to really pop in that damage. Now NCG will just zone the rest of Bryan High School down while that kill goes to the side of Michael on the side of your screen as they have rotated here for the Dragon, but NCG is very low on HP, so it's going to be on a runner to really zone them out with Hasselhoff because they really need the smite on this one, although Bruce Wayne not having that paranoia, which you mentioned, is definitely something that would indicate Brian is not going to contest it, and indeed, it's 2 Drakes for the side of Haas Hall Academy.
Ooh, looking tough right now, and Bryan High School, they were at a numbers disadvantage. Red Baron wasn't even there at that fight, and I lied, Sophie. It's not Riley's, it's not anything. It's a Fimbulwinter Swain. Now that is a tech I haven't seen.
Huh.
Turret plating will fall soon.
Yeah, that is quite interesting. I'm just like literally like, huh.
Agreed.
Is this where we are then? Okay.
I mean, this is a tanky Swain here. Going to be a little bit unkillable, but the damage isn't going to be there. Maybe felt like they needed the HP, especially into what is a Brand, what is a Draven, who's just going to be pumping out a lot of damage. But I feel like HP stacking might not have been the move. There's going to be a lot of burn on the side of Iranu. Little Jimmy might be building towards a Leandries or even a Blackfire Torch or some sort of burn very soon. Riley's already put in hand. I'm interested to see what this Mordekaiser ends up building later on. First items are being completed on both sides, though. No clear advantage yet, as gold was in the favor of Haas Hall early on, but that little skirmish in the bot side ended up giving a lot more gold to Bryan High School than expected. Nice flash from Tarragon to avoid that dredge line. Harpseal Pup has been absolutely lethal with this Nautilus so far. If not a kill, I'm going to get your Summoner Spell.
Oh yeah, the cooldown is gonna be there. You're not gonna have that spell anymore. And 0, 1, and 7 is a terrific score at 14-minute mark in this game. 9 and 5 is your overall kill record in favor of Haas Hall Academy. And this blue side team is feeling very comfortable with the Draven on 4, 3, and 2. Now, they still need to be careful about those cooldowns, as we have mentioned. The level 6 power mark has already ended, so we're on level 9. We have that paranoia used there on the top side just to push them out. There is a Herald that just spawned as we speak, and I believe that we're going to see a rotation coming from Bryan High School over that side of the map, though. Mid lane, 1v1. The damage comes from the Brand quite a bit here on the bot side, though. There's a Red Dragon going to hard seal pop. They don't have enough damage with the Ignite still ticking. There's the barrier as well onto Tarragon. They don't dodge it, and it's still going to be a kill for Michael as they're pushing out for Red Dragon, and that Swain is dead. Double kill for the Draven.
But just not enough damage. Swain, unfortunately, with that Fimbulwinter, realizing, hey, I need AP. My abilities scale off of AP, and not being able to kill that Nautilus, not at least trading 1 for 2, is going to be tough. Tarragon, unfortunately, even with that barrier, isn't able to live through the burst that is Michael and NCG. Very well played. Good dive from there. Come out for a 2 for 0. Now it's 11-5 so far. And Harpseal has had a near 90% kill participation, as T-Mart is able to force Little Jimmy out. Death Realm does get used, or was used. T-Mart, though, Stand United, not available. So I'm very interested to see what kind of impact they're able to make onto the map. Oh, wait a minute.
Harpseal Pup is there, though. We got backup. Oh, Haas Hall Academy fearing for that top laner there, as T-Mart with a very healthy lead on HP forces out Lil Jimmy out of this top lane. And because there was a confirmation as well on T-Mart, just... No, actually, they don't have their ultimate, so they still need to be mindful about their rotations and when they reset, because they don't have that map-wide teleport. Now, with the Herald still on the block and nobody really focusing it thus far, and considering that T-Mart is still in the lane, I feel like we still might take a little bit to focus on the objective.
Yeah, we did see Harpseal run to that top side. I think it was more in prep for that Rift Herald, but also to kind of save Little Jimmy. Maybe they didn't feel confident enough with Little Jimmy being like 25% HP, with Detective being able to teleport anywhere on the map. But I think if any moment was it time to take that Herald, it would have been at that, because you were in a 4v3 situation, and Red Baron and Tarragon aren't going to make it up fast enough. But it looks like Bruce Swain and Bryant High School are going to be able to pick up this Herald for free for right now, because NCG is on that bottom side, prepping that Infernal Dragon. And we have another Infernal Soul. As I say that, though, Bruce Wayne.
Okay, Bruce Wayne with 2 members here, make it even, well, actually, turn that into a 4v4 almost, as they have with that TP coming out as well. 2 kills on either side. Flash is over now. Detective's gonna get taken down too. T-Mod in a very rough situation. NCG will get there, but it's still gonna be confirmed for Bryant High School. Although the eye is still there.
No one's going to pick up the eye. Bryant High School did end up slaying the Rift Herald, but you're not going to get the best part of it, so you don't really even get the objective.
Yo.
And unfortunately, with NCG being able to walk all the way from bottom side to top side, pick up those kills, that's going to be a drag in the favor of Haas Hall Academy. 31,000 to about 29K for Bryant High School. A 2K gold lead in the hands of Haas Hall, who, I mean, have a 6-3 Draven, a 3-2 Brand, and more importantly, a 4-0-1 Mordekaiser, who's nigh unkillable, although there might be a team fight win in the hands for Bruce Wayne and the rest of the gang.
Maybe it is. No, that's going to be a steal here from Haas Hall Academy. They started it themselves, but it was very close to getting taken down and stolen by Bryant Hall as they still pushing here. Bruce Wayne is going to get taken down themselves as the side of Haas Hall still trying to keep damage. Michael, there's the Red Dragon as well. And with T-Mark going into the backline, just separating that ADCs. Terragon is going to get taken down with that barrier. Not enough. And Detective is going to go to the safety of that tier 1 bot lane. And Haas Hall wins not only the fight, but takes the Drake as well with a count of 3-0.
And it was a nice taunt from T-Mart onto multiple members, but Soph, crucially, this composition is missing a very important piece of the puzzle. They don't have any damage. It's a Roa Twisted Fate who's going to take some time to scale. Right now, this Jhin only has Collector. You've only got Hexplate on Bruce Wayne, right? This is more bruisery, beefy kind of team, but you're missing out on the damage. So Haas Hall, specifically Little Jimmy, who's just able to walk a majority of this team down. He was essentially 1v3ing with no tank items in play, right? Has the boots, and that's about it. That's a tough ask for Bryant High School. They just don't have the damage to take these fights straight up. They've got to use these globals in their favor, right? Create side lane mismatches. Use your man advantages to your upper hand, right? Make it so that Nocturne and TF are porting onto a Brand by himself or a Mordekaiser by himself. You cannot 5v5, not yet, with this composition.
Not really, just waiting for so long for the items to actually come together for the side of Bryant High School. Although they have the objective bounties on the board available to them, as Haas Hall has started that Articon here on the bot side. 5v4, but there's a Shen that could come into play at any second for the side of Bryant High School. 50% on the Atacon going out to the back line with the Paranoia. A lot of damage that was actually laid out here, but they're never able to take anybody down. NCG, first one to actually do it. Now Detective will continue that chase with a curtain call as well, just chasing out everybody in the back line, trying to reach for Michael, but not able to do so. And Michael is able to steal it back. Thornbound Atacon is taken by Haas Hall, as we still have a 2v2 happening here, pushing it onto Tarragon. They're very low on HP alongside a Mordekaiser. It's a triple for Lil Jimmy, chasing out for T-Mod. And Haas Hall again, really just turning it around, not just with objective, but with fights and with takedowns. And that is a Shen going to base.
Oh, a near quadra kill for Little Jimmy. The Mordekaiser. Doesn't matter if you take out NCG, if you take out Harp Seal Pup, Mordekaiser is going to be the carry for Haas Hall Academy. You'd have loved to see Bryant High School be able to sneak that Otacon away. It looked like a good fight. Technically, it was a 4v5 because Timar did not have Stand United available. He was walking from the top side into the Otacon and wasn't able to get there in time. Too little, too late. Might have been a different story if Bryant had the full force of 5 members. But they felt a little bit pressured. They felt that they needed to make a move, and Bruce Wayne diving in valiantly as that Nocturne, setting his team up for success. Unfortunately, not able to capitalize. And Otacon going the way of a Haas Hall Academy, the kill and the team fight going in the way of Haas Hall, and right now, they have a 5,000 gold lead. And that was pretty scary, because Haas Hall was taking a ton of damage from the Otacon. Their resistances were getting shredded. Maybe it looked like there was an opportunity for Bryant to do something, but unfortunately, they're just too far ahead. Haas Hall is slapping Bryant with the wallet.
Oh yeah, plenty of money in their pockets for sure, Shippy. With that 804 Mordekaiser you mentioned for little Jimmy, 700 gold bounty is definitely on the eyes of Bryan High School. But the problem is, it's a Mordekaiser, and it takes quite a while to take them down. And especially when there's also a big threat, much like Ironu and Michael on the 425 brand, 736 Draven. Things are looking very dicey for Bryan High School. They need to find something on these outer turrets, get the objective bounties, and maybe they can start climbing back around.
Yeah, there is opportunities for Bryant to potentially pick up some gold on the map. You mentioned the objective bounties. You also look at the side of Hassal Academy. Draven has a bounty. Looks like Bruce Wayne is going to go in here.
Yeah, they go with Tiamat as well with the Paranoia on the backline though. NCG is on Tarragon and that's a barrier popped, but the Vi will not relent. Still pushing out Lil Jimmy with the TP, forced out a flash from Bruce Wayne as they're still there on the backside, as you say. Detective has to flash, but Michael will not get that takedown on that Twisted Fate. No, never mind, they do, but it's the Brent taking damage and the burn is just too much. Chasing out after Mart as well, but it's going to be Bruce Wayne who sacrifices themselves for the rest of their squad to survive, and that rest of the squad is just 2 members. Make that Michael unstoppable.
And that's going to be Infernal Soul for Hassal Academy once again. Hassal just slapping Bryant High School with the wallet here, and again, I'm just not fully in love with the itemization coming out from Bryant High School. You just don't have enough damage. Full tank Swain just doesn't cut it in a team that is just bringing so much more, right? Vi, Mordekaiser, Brand, Draven. These are all very high damage, high burst heroes. And if you're trying to beat that out with tankiness, you're going to lose that every single time, especially when you're far behind. The concept is to not build tank. You want to try to build damage so you can turn fights around, so you can look for those extra edges. But you are always going to fall behind, especially if you're building armor, right? Like, Brand is a big problem. Mordekaiser is a big problem. You need some sort of magic resist on your tanks here. And sure, Shen has it, but it's only one Shen.
And it's quite an interesting choice as well that we saw on itemization for Bryan High School with Tarragon going for that cut healing there instead of trying to continue building for, I don't know, maybe just the crits and whatever you need for the Jhin to actually get activated there. But things are looking very dicey for them indeed. With itemization or no itemization, the gold on the side of Hassal and the Inferno Soul is definitely something that is too difficult to overcome at this point. 50% on their Baron, and Hassal is looking to finish this even before Bryan High School can even reach the river.
Yeah, I mean, so much burn damage coming out from the Brand and the Mordekaiser here, and then you got a lot of bursts with Michael. Unfortunately, this Nocturne also is just kind of stuck out and left out to dry here. Sure, you've got a Shen ulting on top of you, but you're still Nocturne. You've got one way in, and then you kind of have to pray that your team can figure out the rest here. And like we mentioned, Bryan High School just doesn't have the damage to follow up on these engages. I would have loved to see something else. If you are going to pair Jhin Nocturne, you need some high DPS heroes. Like, I get the idea with the Shen, but layering that Twisted Fate on top, I think kind of just, you'll seal the deal for me on like, oh, this team's not going to do a lot of damage unless they go a very greedy build here. And Roa into Lichbane into what is going to be a rapid fire cannon. That's not a super high DPS build. Sure, it does damage, but it's not enough, especially what Hassal is bringing. The double burn from the Brand. You've got Sundered Sky and Black Cleaver on your Vi. I mean, you just look at Mordekaiser, who's a walking anomaly right now with the Riftmaker, the Rylays, probably going to be building that Blackfire Torch or Leandry's very soon. You don't really have anything that can deal with it. I mean, Tarragon's at a 75% of his health is already gone. Heal had to be used here, but even then, not enough.
Yeah, it's really, really difficult. The amount of damage, burst damage that Hassal has, not competing very much with the damage per second that was trying to be built there with Detective, but Detective defending there on the bot side from those Baroned up minions as the mid lane has been taken down. Tier 1 there, but getting one Brute onto Rano Paranoia onto the back line. But where is your damage? Where is the rest of your team? And immediately Bruce Wayne is going to go down because there isn't, even if you have a Jhin with the cut and call with so much distance, you can't really reach them. Now trying to get them with a Vault Breaker, NCG will just go for the tower instead, and that's Tier 2 mid lane going down.
Baron on the side of Haas Hall Academy. One bad team fight, and it could be a 1-1 here, as unfortunately Tarragon goes down. That's quite a bit of burn. And there's more.
A double for Iranu with that damage that comes in from Michael as well. Get engaged once again at Bryant High School. Not having any more members left, but Tiamat standing, but not for longer on this Shen, as Haashol has really made this into a Game 3 series as they push for the Nexus, looking good with a dominant performance, 21-10 and 11,000 gold bounty.
Bryant High School getting served their first game loss of the season. A bit of a shocker, especially with how dominant they looked in game 1. With Haas Hall be able to come back here, pick the brand up, a champion that they lost on, for Iranu to have the confidence to pick it up and say, hey, I know we can win on this, and to completely change some of their draft strategy. Mind you, little Jimmy was playing a tank. He was playing Mundo in game 1. Got absolutely stuffed out. Got absolutely declined there. Now is on the Mordekaiser, who's a carry-based champion, and was able to go unkillable, right? He was absolutely just a dominant force in that game, on top of the Draven coming out. I mean, very well played from Haas Hall. This was something where they felt a lot more in their element, right? They understood what they needed to do. They were able to adapt to the weirdness of Bryant's composition, which was pretty much a semi-global comp all the way through, the full tank swing, all these little weird things that are getting thrown their way. Haas Hall felt a lot more comfortable and a lot more understanding of what they needed to do. Very well played from them. And so if we have a 1-1 series, and there's final game to determine the champions here. When Bryant, maybe they came in thinking they had a bit of an easier path going undefeated. Now they have to look at a loss, the first one of the season, and seeing how do they bounce back? How do they recover? Because this is not something they're used to.
No, they're not. And they're looking to get a repeat on championship title on the side of Bryant High School. And when we have Haas Hall performing that well and being the first team in the whole season to take Bryant High School down, this is the moment for both of these teams to really show expertise and strategy in League of Legends. We're going to be right back, and after this short break, we're going to be crowning the Arkansas Athletics Association champion of the Play versus Fall 25 High School Championship. We're going to be right back. Welcome back to the grand finals of the Arkansas Activities Association League of Legends championship title for the Play versus 25 full high school championship. I'm so excited to be here with Chibi for this final game of the best of 3 between Bryan High School and Haas Hall Academy. And with a great bounce back, making this a game 3, things are really looking up for the Haas Hall squad.
I mean, they just handed Bryant their first loss this season, so that's got to be a big milestone regardless. Gods can bleed, very much so here. Now, the thing I want to talk about when we get into these situations, we're in a final game, right? Championship is going to be crowned here. Bryant just not used to losing, right? Like, that is something that they just don't understand. They don't comprehend in the sense of like, hey, we haven't dropped a game the regular season. We have to drop a full series. And dropping one in arguably the most highest tense situations can really mess with your mental and can really kind of throw your game off, especially, as a high pressure situation as this. Now, Bryant is going to be going back to the blue side. And so far, crazy stat, blue side is 100% win rate at the moment. Looks like Haas Hall is going to be on the red side. I'm really interested to see how Bryant bounces back from this, right? Because normally if you lose early in the season and then pick your stuff up together, it's a lot easier to become more dominant. Haas Hall is obviously an example of that, where they dropped some sort of series or series early on this season, and then they come back and have made it into the finals here. I'm very interested to see what Bryant is able to do, because sure, there are certain champion picks that you can argue are problematic, the Draven being banned out from Bryant, but like Mordekaiser, the brand, like, does Bryant respect Eranu here and say, hey, you've played Brand 2 games in a row, we want to put you on something else? Do they feel like it's not an issue? Were Bryant being a little bit more experimental with their team composition because they ran something that was a very high execution, right? Remember what I talked about when I said keep it simple, right? KISS method, keep it simple, stupid. That composition was not simple. You had to be on point on where you're going to teleport, who you're going to teleport on, and if you fall behind, a lot of that power that you originally had is not going to be as good here. So it looks like this Sejuani is going to be removed from play. Has been a power pick, I guess you could call, for this series, pick ban essentially, and now they're making a decision. Is it the Mordekaiser? Is it the brand? Is it whatever? Like, they really have to make this choice. But I think for Bryant, dumbing down the composition, playing something a little bit more front to back, putting Tarragon on something that he can carry on rather than a utility pick like Jhin, I think is the move. This is how Bryant is going to win this series in my mind.
And personally, because the brand is still available, I would very much like to see. I agreed. The Twitch was very powerful in game 1 for Bryan High School. But personally, I feel like the composition that Bryant could consider here is still going for something a little more tanky in the mid lane or the top lane, because what they had in game 1 was on that note with Sejuani and the Galio versus a household that has continued to play that burst mid lane that has worked out pretty well for them. Because the brand is still available, I would consider that a possibility, while Bryan High School actually prioritizes their jungle here with an Amumu B1. We have the first pick here coming for the red side, and I wouldn't be surprised to see something along the lines of, well, that is something surprising to me, considering Na usually going to the top side could be a red side 5, so a last pick for the red side is not going to be what they choose here. Haas Hall Academy goes for the Javan that was initially banned in game 1 by Bryan Hall themselves, so it's definitely one of their specialties, should be, and I feel like Na as well was in that same round, so Haas Hall is really just picking back their own strengths.
Narvin, right? I mean, this is a very classic.
Narvin, I love it.
It's a very classic composition. There's the Orianna that I've kind of been waiting for one of these teams to pick up. Amumu Ori, though, still a very classic 5v5 composition. You throw the ball onto the mummy, he bandage tosses in, and then you get absolutely destroyed by the shockwave. Although, like I said, that Narvin combo can be tough, right? Cataclysm into the Gnar ultimate. You essentially get free terrain to stun everybody into. And like you said, was banned out here. I do like this Milio coming out from Red Baron. You have a plethora of AD carries to empower, not just the Twitch. You can pick something like the Tristana. We've been seeing Lucian Milio be a very popular combo, and there is the brand. 3 games in a row for Haas Hall Academy. 3 games in a row for Ranu there. One they lost on, one they had a really good performance on, so now they have to split the difference, as we are going to see some more top lane bans. Darius, Jax, I assume, is going to be taken out from Hassal Academy. Other than that, maybe they fear the Rumble here, potentially, if Bryant plays it. Gnar has some pretty interesting, tough matchups. It's not your prototypical stuff, but I would expect Hassal to ban away the Jax, ban away maybe a tank here like a Mundo or an Ornn, who's been picked a lot into the Gnar. But I'm really interested to see what they're willing to take away here. I like the MF ban. Curse of the Sad Bullet Time is not allowed here.
Yeah, usually my favorite is either Cataclysm, Curse of the Sad Bullet Time, or your Solar Flare Bullet Time as well. It's my three favorite combos with Misfortune, so I totally agree. And speaking of ADCs, I would think that something similar to the Xayah wouldn't be like totally unknown to either of these squads. I feel like both compositions could benefit from it pretty well, but we see a Nautilus being harvested here makes quite a lot of sense as one of the most powerful melee engage supports in the game, so that's not going to be on the table anymore, as Hassal will start their fourth pick. And I would I like the ADC?
Ooh.
Yeah, I would say so. Or a Corki maybe.
Oh, a Corki bottom lane could be pretty tough here, especially with the burst and the amount of damage that he does now. Like, he's fundamentally been changed. He doesn't really do magic damage anymore. It's AD and true damage, so can be a nightmare, especially if you get to pick up a little bit of armor shred. You put some points into that Gatling gun. It could be tough. I don't really like that Bryant banned the Jinx away, especially because Jinx is such a fantastic pairing with the Milio. Now I have to see, is it going to be Lucian Milio? Is it going to be Aphelios Milio? There are so many different flavors of AD carries you can go to, but it needs to be auto attack based. It needs to be something that it can abuse the range of the Cozy Campfire, especially into a team like Hassal, who for most of their composition is relatively short range, right? Like, Brand has to get somewhat close range. That is not what I was expecting.
Whoa, a Vayne! What? Wow, that's okay.
Ooh.
So we were theory crafting about a couple of ADC options on either side. We weren't expecting a Corki. We were not expecting a Vayne. And well, if you think about it, considering, yeah.
Oh
Yeah,
my God, Soph!
Let's go.
There's a zillion.
That's gonna be an interesting bot lane. That's very interesting. I do like that. I feel like that can work out pretty well. But just finishing out what I was going to say, considering the Vayne is the ADC with one of the closest ranges compared to, you know, some and stuff, and a couple of points. She has one of the closest of ranges on ADC, so having the Milio could be something that works out pretty well for her. She has a tumble, so she can dodge the, well, majority of the things that get thrown at her by the Brand, or even by the Corki, in this case by the Zillion as well, but the bombs have quite some good range too that could be difficult to deal with. So I'm expecting for Corki and Zillion to do really well in this lane early game.
I'm a bit of a weirdo. So my favorite champions in League, right?
Yes.
I'm gonna tell you right now. It's Udyr. It is Zillion, right? Like, those, I'm a bit of a weirdo. I'm a bit of an oddball. So when I see the Zillion locked in, it's such an interesting pick, especially into the support role. This team's cooking. Hassal is cooking here. I'm interested to see if this Zillion is gonna go into more of a like supportive style where you're maxing the E, because that becomes a 99% slow at rank 5. I don't care who you are. I don't know if care if you have a tumble. I don't care how much movement speed you had. A 99% slow is essentially a stun, right? It's essentially you are moving at the speed of a snail, and you will get hit by everything. And you mentioned the tumble from Vayne. The thing is, a lot of people, when they originally saw Milio, was like, oh, increased range, it's going to help champions like Vayne. It's going to help short range guys. In reality, it doesn't really give them that much more of a benefit, right? It's kind of like the idea that, you know, extending 50 range on like a 450 range champion is not that big, but Caitlyn Milio, right? Lucian Milio, who is very burst heavy, who has the ability to get off multiple autos with that extended range, that's where Milio shines. Whereas Vayne, you kind of have to, you play the tumble game a lot. Your damage is not based off of the amount of autos you do. It's based off the amount of stacks you get off of your silver bolts. And that's 3 autos that you have to get minimum. So the cozy campfire isn't going to help you out too much there, in my opinion. Maybe when you're chasing down for the ultimate, but even then, it's not keeping up. So I really don't love this pairing. Of course, Bryant High School, we talked about it on paper as like solo queue players. They are better, but Haas Hall has already shown in game 2 that despite the rank difference, they're able to come in, play a really solid early game in coordinated play, and be able to just take every single objective on the map. Bryant High School cannot afford to go down early here, because if that happens, this vein will never get to the point that they need to be, especially with how fast games have been ending. 25, 27 minutes in, the team that gets Baron, they're almost ending it the one team fight after.
Yeah, it's difficult when we analyze like every single bit of these compositions, taking into consideration how the series has been going so far and how some of these teams have shined a little bit more in certain areas. But I do want to talk about the Vayne pick, because you mentioned, yes, it's not that much of a range. I do agree. But when you mentioned the Lucian, of course, having quite a lot of good power in the early game, having the double orders, Vayne does reset her order pretty fast with her tumble. And if you hit a condemn as well, that's the third hit for those silver bolts to be stacked. So if you think about it, it could work. Let's see how this is going to actually become on your screen in Summoner's Rift. But on paper, it could work. It's just a tad bit slower than you would have with your Lucians, with your, your nets and your headshots with the Caitlyn. We'll see. I'm very excited. Maybe we'll see only the tumbles coming in more as in dodges for those bombs coming from the Zillion, which is very important. If you get hit with the double bomb, it's quite a lot of damage that can be done by the enemy ADC. So we'll see how things are going to be approached overall. But I'm very excited about the combo that we have on the side of Brian with the Amumu plus the Orianna. The Curse of the Sad Mummy plus the Shockwave is just a very large range, and that large range is just like the exact opposite that they have with the Milio. The very large range that is going to cleanse your whole team from the side of Haas Hull as well. So into the final game of this best of 3 grand finals of the Arkansas Activities Association League of Legends Championship, and we're starting out strong for both teams with 2 dominant performances and a match point to actually seal the deal.
Yeah, Bryant High School, after going undefeated in the regular season, in game 2 handed their first loss. This could be the potential first actual match loss and series loss for them in the grand finals here. Haas Hall Academy, definitely the underdogs, take that game 2 in a very convincing fashion. Both teams, right? Game 1, dominant performance from Bryant High School. Game 2, a dominant performance from Haas Hall. So, I'm not a betting man necessarily, Soph, but if I were to put my money on it, the team that gets the better early game has tended to win the match here. But also, Blue side has had a 100% win rate here. So what do you bet on, right? Do you bet on blue side? Do you bet on the game? Or do you bet on the players, and do you bet on who's going to have the better early game? Little Jimmy on that Gnar, banned out consistently from Bryant High School, as well as a Jarvan. There's a couple champions that have slipped through the draft because other things have prioritized, right? You get this little in-tournament meta, in-series meta, and your priorities start to shift. Your champion priorities start to shift. Meanwhile, Eranu, no champion priorities have shifted. 3 games of Brand, by the way.
Yeah, and a 50-50, right? 1 win, 1 loss. Well, usually if you see a 50% win rate, you're like, that's not that impressive. In 2 games, I feel like that's pretty good. and that's what they're betting on here for Haas Hall, going for that pick once again. And Iranu really taking so much confidence from the second game of the series. I want to see them really performing the early game that they had in game 2, which felt very determined and very assertive about how they were reaching out those early engages overall, with a big push here and a level 2 advantage for the side of Haas Hall Academy. They're dominating bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a tough matchup for what is a low-range bot lane, right? Tarragon and Red Baron on the Milio and the Vayne. You just never really kind of outrange Michael and Harpseal, right? Especially, again, if Harpseal is opting in for the full support-based Zillion, there's going to be an opportunity for them to put a lot of damage down, especially if you're slowed down and Corky's able to get the full combo, right? The Gatling gun, the Phosphorus bomb is able to auto you. Like, it doesn't matter if Milio is double shielding you. He's just going to have too much damage here. The one pick that we didn't really talk about on Bryant's side that, we were looking for an answer for this Gnar, the Pantheon in the top side. We've seen Pantheon in the jungle piloted a ton, but Pantheon solo lane has not been picked in a while. I think the last time I saw it, I was in college, and that was like 10 years ago.
No. Well, you know what? You do have a point. I'm trying to remember when the last time was, and I feel like, yeah, it's been a while. But we're seeing that the top side here with Lil Jimmy on the knock, being one of those targeted men that were not able to be actually in the game thus far in the series, being piloted pretty well. But as I said, T-Mart is also really putting some damage down onto them now with the flash forward going in. They have the ignite. They don't even need to use it.
Yeah, that was... I had my crystal ball going. I was like, he's just going to flash on him, right? Like, little Jimmy has taken way too much damage.
Oh, wow.
And detective.
Just the same fate, Chibi, same fate. Although Bruce Wayne just trying to get some angle here in between the minions. Iranu is going to be able to survive. So overall, the match score on a 1-1.
And Michael going to be opting in for the tier build. So we have seen some different Corki builds throughout the years he's been meta. I know mid lane Corki was a big tier builder. We saw bottom lane Corkis rush like Triforce into BT. We've also seen like a full crit Corki. It looks like this one is going to be a little bit more spell and poke based, obviously with that Manamune potentially coming in, but it is going to delay the power spike, right? Like Corki has evolved, in my opinion, to a much more early game centric or early to mid game power spiking champion. So taking that tier is going to delay that a little bit. Not sure if that's the route you want to go, especially into a Bane who will gladly say, oh, you're going tier Corki? Yeah, sure, I'll farm it out. I have no issue with that. We'll just team fight straight up and see who wins. But that kill from Iranu is going to tilt some of these early skirmishes in their favor as NCG has wrapped around here. T-Mart has no clue he's here. And with a flashless Pantheon, this could be a kill. Although I need to see little Jimmy, evolve into that Mega Gnar.
Still quite away from that bar of rage coming through. There's the flag as well, just trying to predict where they're going to go. They're actually not going to jump. Well, the Pantheon is almost A, and they confirm it with the Ignite as well on that job. And Tima just looking for it as the Mega Gnar going to evolve the range. The stun is there, and just one more auto flying in. There's the flash as well, and the Pantheon takes it. T-Mod with a double and the feat of warfare for Brian High School.
We talked about Haas Hall adapting to some of the weird picks, adapting to some of the oddball stuff that Bryant High School is able to throw out. I mean, Pantheon top is as weird as you can get, especially in a day and age where we've been seeing him mostly piloted into jungle. I don't think Haas Hall really understood and respected the damage capabilities of this Pantheon, and they pay dearly. A 3-0 top lane from T-Mart, who now has that grand Starfall available, can affect mid lane, can go to the dragon fights potentially. I mean, this is a nightmare for someone like Iranu, who doesn't have any escape tools, right? Who doesn't have anything other than the flash. If a Pantheon is ulting on your head, you are dead to rights here.
Oh yeah, especially as powerful as this Pantheon is right now for T-Mod. And while we were talking, Bruce Wayne does confirm the first Drake of the game for Brian High School. They're going to meet each other here in the jungle, and NCG going for the flag and drag as well, and it's a 3v1, but the bot lane for the side of Brian High School is going to join. Into the pit they go. They don't really have a dash as in the Mumu, so they're just going to reset, and NCG goes for their own jungle just to make sure they don't lose any farm.
Yeah, and you know, as much as I love Zillion, and I told you, you know, one of my favorite champions of the game does struggle in the support role specifically with mana, right? Because you're not farming as much, because you're not playing mid lane Zillion, you don't have the luxury of picking up something like a Tier or like a Roa, right? You don't really have that ability to pick up a ton of mana, so you've got to hyper index into that mana regen. And we see Harpsteel going for a lot of those raw double bombs instead of slowing and then bombing first. And yes, you save on mana, but it's a lot more risky as little Jimmy, you cannot fight a 3-0 Pantheon. I don't care if you're Mini Gnar, Mega Gnar, if you're Gnar's mom, it's not going to happen.
we don't have any moms in the game right now. There's no Smolder, so there's no Ambessa,
Yeah, it's
so
true.
we're the mothers are safe, and the mothers watching in the crowd, they're definitely happy about their kids playing here in the grand finals of the Arkansas Activities Association Grand Finals of League of Legends. On the top
Whoa!
side, there's a gank as well, and Tiamat is dead to rights with NCG going for a huge gank, although Lil Jimmy almost paid for it.
I said if you're Nar's mom, you couldn't do anything. But if you call your big brother Jarvan there, you surely can pick up a kill here. The Cataclysm came down on that top side. That's a big kill to stop the potential snowball of Team Mart, who on that Pantheon was absolutely just wrecking shop up there. I mean, was able to pick up a turret plate for themselves. And on the bottom side, Michael was able to pick up a kill here, maybe off the back of a stun as we do get the replay analysis. So what's happening here?
What is it really? Tarragon takes so much damage and trying to really just get the tumbles away from the bombs, but it's still gonna be that phosphorus bomb you mentioned that at the end of the day does still do some good damage, especially in the laning phase. And that's what happens here on the bot side with a knockout there for Michael. Building out this slowly crescendo on the Corki because of that tier, because of going for the Menamune as that first item.
Yeah, it does have that sheen available, so still have some of that burst, and yeah, we talked about it, right? Like, phosphorus bomb, full Gatling gun. If you're slowed, like, it doesn't matter if how many shields, how many heals Milio is putting on top of you. You have to leave that trade here. As we do see a fight for these grubs. Okay.
With the numbers advantage for the side of Bryan High School, it is a confirm on Hassel's jungler. NCG not going to be there, and they only confirmed one of the Void Grubs, so Bryan High School will take the rest of the two, which is a very good trade for them indeed. Ooh.
You know, I get what you're trying to do here. Uh-oh.
Okay. that
We both saw it. We both saw
did.
it. So
we
the
did.
moment-
It was so
the moment-
clear.
Yeah, the moment we saw it, but the moment that ball went there, I'm like, I'm pretty sure that guy's dead, right? Because I don't remember Detective using Shockwave in that top lane fight. So, yeah, Iranu dropping the ball there a little bit, or I guess in Detective's case, dropping the ball on Iranu, as NCG is going to flag and drag over. Yeah, before that kill happened, the point I wanted to make was, I don't know if it's actually worth to trade your life away for the one grub. Bryant High School can't really make a lot of use of the grubs anyways if they get triple. They don't have long-range champions, right? They don't have double AD carry. They don't have double range necessarily. Like, Vayne is relatively low range. Like, hitting that turret is very, very tough for them. And giving that kill over and giving that extra gold, you know, and not saving your temple or potentially working towards that bot side looking for the kill, I think that was a big mistake from NCG. Like, I get what you're trying to do. Grubs are important, but it's not that important to give your life away, especially just to steal one and lose any sort of momentum or any sort of setup you could have had on that bot side of the map, which is your strong side, right? It is Corki, it is Zillion who's going to be able to allow you to secure these dragons. Bryant has already taken one here with that Infernal Dragon, and 35 seconds to go. You'd have loved to see NCG say, you know what? The grubs are theirs. Let me start setting up vision. Let's start playing a trap onto Bryant High School so we can get a kill, because their level 6s are very strong. Pyroclasm and Cataclysm are going to do a ton of damage if multiple people are locked into it.
Definitely. Speaking of Cataclysm, going out with the flag and drag forces out a nice flash from Detective, but you're definitely still going to take it as you burn out that summoner spell on Bryan High School's mid laner.
Not sure if the flash was necessary. He was already in that bottom side river, but maybe wanted to just try to secure that kill, because if that lands, I'm sure a truckload of damage is coming from Iranu, and with Red Baron already at less than 50% health, this dragon, I want to say, should be Hostile Academies. I don't think they should play scared here. Sure, you have, all the ultimates available for Bryant High School, but you've got Zillion ult. You have to play aggressively with this. I don't really like it when Zillions play it more defensively, where I'm going to save him when he's about to go down and we're retreating. I want you to go in with Jarvan ult, with a Zillion ult on top of you, and just say, you either kill me or I take your whole team down.
Yeah, that's basically it, isn't it? And it's such a big threat, like you said, it's just very scary when you see that double combination coming through as well. There's the campfire on the side of Bryan High School, just getting the ADC up to health. As Bryan will start the dragon themselves, there is vision in the pit from the side of Haashol.
5v4.
But that jungler, NCG, We still have that Cataclysm available. They're not really going to contest this, just zoning out Hop, Seal, Pop with the bombs, as Bryant will guarantee that second Drake of the game.
And T-Mart didn't have to ult, right? He can just ult topside if Little Jimmy overextends just a little bit here. Like, Little Jimmy thinks he's safe, right? There's the Grand Skyfall. That's going to come in. Secures the dragon. Sure, you lose one plate, but it's not the end of the world. And I don't actually think Little Jimmy wins this.
We'll see, we'll see. It is Mega Knot. Team Mat's falling down on HP. There's the block as well. Oh, Jimmy onto the wall. Nice one as they come through here. Where Lil Jimmy does connect it. And it's your second curse of the game.
You know, an Eclipse Pantheon, one item, right, above on the, half item Gnar. I really thought there was an opportunity. Does Little Jimmy get out? Okay, that's a nice flash.
Oh, okay, no, they don't. Bruce Wayne says, flash
you know what?
flash,
I just won't
I'll
talk
take
anymore.
it.
My bad.
Yeah,
My bad.
I guess that's where we are. And CG, though, goes for the Cataclysm onto Bruce Wayne. And we know that the damage is definitely on the side of the Jarvan instead. There's still the tears coming through, but with the minions that then CG is tanking, it's going to be the Amumu who takes it, or is it? And CG does fall in the end, and it's worthy of an emote, a thumbs up from Bruce Wayne.
Now, you see, if I said the Amumu was going to take it, he would have died there. But I let you take that, Soph. I was like, all right, you know what? I'm not going to say anything. Leandri's Amumu does do a bit of damage, right? You cannot stand in the tiers for too long. You've got to play the range game, and unfortunately, NCG just did not respect it. Maybe he didn't tab over, didn't look at the items. Maybe he's like, oh, this is like a full tank Amumu, right? No. It's AP. It's AP Amumu right now. It's Leandri's. That guy does quite a bit of damage there.
The item tiers, the W tiers.
Yeah, the double kill coming in as well, turning T-Mart's misplay into a positive play there. But so far, at the 14.5-minute mark, roughly, the gold has never been more even, right? Game 1, we could have definitively said, oh, this team has a 3,000 gold lead, a 2,000 gold lead. Game 2, same thing, right? Haas Hall was super far ahead out of laning phase. But now, with laning phase pretty much over, sure, there's a 1K gold lead for Bryant, but that's negligible, right? That's not an insane amount of gold in either person's pocket. And one team fight could blow this game wide open for either squad.
It could. There's just one thing that is pending on the side of Bryan High School, which are the 2 Drakes and the 2 Void Grubs that they got. So either of the teams getting the 3 Void Grubs really makes a difference here in the long run. But bot side, Tarragon goes in with a tumble. There's a slowdown by Hubseel Pop. They flash forward, go looking for the Condemn and straight into a wall. And no, not going to go for it as they just take that ult out available. Not anymore. Hubseel Pop flashes out, but there's the help from NCG coming through as well. What a nice knockback from the Red Baron.
Beautiful kickball attempt onto NCG. And Little Jimmy, I think you're getting dove, buddy.
Yeah, Bruce Wayne with a beautiful bandage there, and there's just quite a lot of HP for this tower to blend down. Very nice engage. Oh, just hold on, Shibby, just a second. And CG going for that flag and drag with the Cataclysm as well. No flash available, so Detective will most likely go down. A nice barrier as well used by Iranu, and at least for Haas Hall Academy on a couple of things they were able to capitalize.
I don't really like Detective holding the flash there. Like, the moment the Cataclysm comes down, you have to make a choice. Do I flash or do I fight? And unfortunately, Detective said, I'm going to try to fight. I'm going to try to take this 1v2. You built Archangels. You don't have that burst that you think you do. You have a little bit more survivability, which does allow you to live a little bit longer. But because you went for that fight, and because that's a Blackfire Torch brand with Merc Treads, you unfortunately aren't going to be able to kill them. So very well played from Haas Hall. I think a little bit of a misplay from Detective. But saving your flash prior to this dragon, I don't hate it, right? 45 seconds. Summoner spells are a lot more important on these objective fights. If you lose that in the mid lane, then you lose the ability to potentially outplay later on. So maybe holding the flash there will end up being in their favor, but not having that shockwave is going to be tough. But I think by the time dragon comes up at about 35 seconds, Detective will have it up. Cooldown is insane, right? When you build Archangels plus the CDR runes that you can put into your kit.
Oh, absolutely. And we know just how much Orianna can benefit from something like that. But yes. Detective now in a 1-2-1, being heavy targeted by NCG. that has been trying to get some presence across the map, has been able to get presence, not necessarily the best outcomes given the 1-3 record, but on the top side, we can watch it once again here. T-Mart was getting engaged upon by Lil Jimmy and straight onto a wall as well after that stun, but remember, it's still 3-2-1 on this Pantheon with the... Oh, no!
Wow.
Even with the Ignite going, it's still kited out, and Pantheon will go down to Lil Jimmy.
Yeah, the hyper stacks in the mini car form just does so much damage here, and that's going to elicit a 5v4 scenario. And Haas Hall getting a little bit aggressive here. There's Emilio in the pit, guys. Kill him.
Do they know they're in the bush? Now they do.
They have to
because
know.
They left the bush, yeah. Well, now NCG goes out to the backline. Two people stuck into that cataclysm. But look at the curse of the sad mommy. As anybody that is on the side of Haas Hall is crying right now. NCG is still standing. Gets some damage onto the detective, but he's still got to be careful. There's another kill that goes down for the side of Bryant High School. And with that, detective is just trying to find that backline brand, but they're not able to do so.
Little Jimmy
together, and they're strong. They're strong. This Nah has quite a lot to do, but then the Corky does solo on a 1v1 there. Now with the Pantheon coming through as well, it's a 3v1 onto the Nah. They have the ult as well, and onto the wall with another stun is Oriana that goes down. Now in another 1v1 team-out against Lil Jimmy. But Michael is there. They have the bombs. They have the rockets. And they're going to take damage from a very long distance, especially with that Threader. And T-Mart will go down in the river with a very strong comeback here, equalizing the game now on 10 kills to 10 kills.
Bruce Swain hits a massive three-man curse of the Sad Mummy, but Little Jimmy is able to walk down two members of Bryant. It was a 5v4 situation because T-Mart went down in that topside fight. That's really well played from Haas Hall Academy, using that numbers advantage to their favor, despite Bruce and Detective landing a massive wombo combo, with Michael being able to live, being able to DPS throughout all that. I just think they underestimated the Triforce Corky, and now this Dragon might be going into the favor of Haas Hall Academy. Yeah, Bryant just does not have a way in. They're too afraid to walk in. There's no vision. They barely are able to put down any control ward, so it's completely choked out. And for the first time this series, we have one team securing a Dragon, and it's not going to be a 4-0 sweep, although the Rift Herald is going to be dropped into that mid lane. Don't know if it's enough to take it down. Fighting in the bot side, Tarragon is pretty strong here. Bork ulted is pretty disgusting.
Oh, yeah. The final hour is just really scary, and almost both of the ADC and support here went down on the side of Haas Hall Academy, as Tarragon managed to get that steady just outside of the range because of Milio, just good enough to reach out that backline. But Bruce Swain here with T-Mart looking for an angle onto Lil Jimmy. Although we have NCG close by as well. Articon has just spawned with a stun here. Goes there. There's over the wall. They could do, but no, they don't reach either the minion or the Nah. So they're not actually going to engage here. But they're still waiting, Little Jimmy.
Does Jimmy know?
Baiting it out. I don't know if they noticed the bandage. I think they did because NCG is just joining around over the wall.
Whoa!
Into tower shot range. Now T-Mart is going on health. There's Jill Jimmy with that ult too. T-Mart is almost down. Look at the curse of the Set Mummy, and it saves the Pantheon. Does it though? It does, but it might just be the end of the Amumu. But they still have quite a lot of HP to burn through. There's it indeed with that stun. Bryant High School confirming 2 kills for 0.
Beautiful curse of the Sad Mummy, timing it up so that he stops the knock-up from NCG and stops any more follow-up damage from Little Jimmy. Flashing over the wall. Bruce Swain got a little impatient. He's like, I'm not going to try to land this bandage toss over. I'm just going to flash and help my team here. Little Jimmy, I guess, just didn't notice the bandage toss initially going over the wall. Maybe wasn't paying attention, as Iranu is getting potentially walked down by Detective. And 21 minutes into the game, and we finally see a significant gold lead coming out from one of these teams here. 2,500 for Bryant High School, and a 5-0-3 Amumu. Potentially the carry of this game. Bryant High School willing to go back-to-back here, and it's looked like Bruce Swain is going to be the one to put them there, but not all is lost. Haas Hall Academy still have a lot of damage. A 2-0-2 Corky, who is very close to finishing that Muramana, right? Just needs the components, is nearly fully stacked on that tier. as well as Enranu just needs to pick up one more item, has been sufficiently put down, though, right? At this point in the game, we would have seen Blackfire Torch plus Leandries, but I think this is the first time we've seen Enranu super far behind here.
It really is, and also having that Dark Seal on only 2 stacks right now on a 2-1-0 record. Bandage Toss does not connect onto NCG, as we still have 2 minutes for the next Drake to spawn. And as you pointed out, with 2 Drakes for Bryan High School, 1 for Haas Hall, as they're just trying to take, very interestingly enough, control over this bot lane that doesn't even have tier 1, so I'm wondering what is the course of action really here? Bruce Wayne getting engaged. Now into the back line, Cataclysm. Custom the Sad Mommy could be available there on the bot side, on the back side of the fight, as it is. NCG gets taken down. There's the Zillion ult onto that Corki, but it's still going to buy some time. The Pantheon's there. T-Mod going through as well. Flash over the wall with the stun too, and Hopseal Pop will be the last one to stand. And it is a double kill for the Vayne on Tarragon's hands.
NCG just diving in there, no Corki, no Brand. You don't have any follow-up damage onto that Cataclysm, and that's the tough matchup. Vayne into Jarvan, because Vayne can condemn you into your own Cataclysm, that's where you need to have that follow-up damage. You need to either have the Pyroclasm coming in, the Corki Gatling gun, something, and when you dive in that far, that deep, with no support, that's exactly what can happen. Not sure what Haas Hall was looking for. Not sure if NCG thought that, you know, Iroma was coming in, but that needs to be calmed better, because that just felt like NCG pulling the trigger when none of their team was ready.
Yeah, I think we saw that in one of the games in the series as well, but it was actually last game for Bryan High School with Bruce Wayne going in as the Nocturne, but not really connecting with the rest of the team in regards to that front-to-back
similar
damage.
Situation.
Exactly. But this time around, Bruce Wayne, like you mentioned, Shibby, just the key component on Bryan High School, damage-wise, engage-wise, rotation-wise, yeah. The engage is looking mighty good here for Bryan High School, but Haas Hall comes through as well to maybe do something more, but they really layer on the CC and the ults on the side of Bryan High School, and that was an easy takedown. Though there's 40 seconds for Baron to spawn, there's still an Atacon to be taken.
Yeah, I just don't really love that, simply because when 4 members are missing on the map and Atacon is on the top side, League is about a game of inferred information, right? Like, you kind of have to kind of guess a little bit and say, okay, process of elimination. Maybe. I don't see them pushing. If I don't see them pushing mid, if I don't see them bottom lane matching my brand, where are they? Where could they be? What objective is up on the map? It's all about doing these mental checks consistently and telling yourself, like, hey, what is up on the map? What can they fight for? Where should they be? Why aren't they here? Right? You kind of have to constantly be thinking about that. And sometimes when you are losing or when you are down in gold, you kind of just do things a lot more riskier. You say, oh, I need to take this wave, or we need to fight this. Iroma hasn't been in any of these fights. For whatever reason, Haas Hall Academy has not tried to fight around him or has not tried to set up fights when he's there. And I don't think it's particularly his fault, because he's going to catch waves, right? He is your damage component here, as we do see him land a full combo on the Detective. It's just not enough, right? It's simply too much tankiness. Archangels is too good here. And now we see the Pantheon flying in.
Yeah, with a Starfall as well, and the stun immediately onto it, and as a cleanse as well. The Detective does get 1 kill there on the backline, and Irona not going to be in for much longer, as the fight is looking to become an ace for the side of Bryan High School. There's only 1 more player left standing. Michael is almost 1 hit away, but the Vayne does not fully commit at this point with very low HP and a tower. It's just better to take the tower yourself.
And we've gotten to the point now where Vayne is a problem, right? 2 items in, 25 minutes into the game, and Enchanter, Milio, they were able to get out of laning phase. They were losing the lane, right? Like, it was a 2-0 Corki at one point. There was a lot happening in that bottom side. But because Bryant were able to make things happen elsewhere on the map, Bruce Wayne and T-Mart specifically, they're able to leverage a lot of that power into the bottom side. You say, you know what? It doesn't matter if we don't have bot lane priority. I will come down as Pantheon and create the priority. And that's what really happened there. Bryan High School doing a fantastic job right now. Kind of not falling too far behind in that early game, which is what we talked about. going into that mid game, relatively even gold, and kind of snowballing that 1.5 thousand gold lead that we saw around the 18-minute mark into now what is a 7,000 gold lead. And unfortunately, I don't think Haas Hall outscales. You don't outscale a Vayne. Very few champions do in this game, and none of them are on Haas Hall's side right now.
Yeah, it's Oh, I just noticed the little mittens on Baron's hands. Oh, I love that. That is amazing. Right. Well, Hassel might not be feeling as cheerful as I am right now with those little mittens, but this is the last moment for them to really prove themselves, because if Bryan High School takes that Baron, it's most likely they're taking the championship title as well. Back-to-back goes in onto Irona. There's no mid laner for Hassel Academy with a beautiful bandage toss from Bruce Wayne.
Yeah, just walking up where you're not supposed to. Like, again, we only saw Vayne in the mid lane. Where are the rest of the members? Baron is up. What side of the jungle are they trying to take? These are the mental checks that you constantly need to do. Whether you're a mid laner, whether you're a jungler, top laner, doesn't matter. Everyone should be communicating, or at least someone should be saying, hey, these guys are missing on the map. I have no clue where they are. This Baron being taken is a result of Bryan High School understanding how strong they are and understanding that if they choke out Vision, and somebody missteps, somebody misplays, that one kill could lead to that objective. So very well played from Bryan High School. We can see why they went undefeated in the regular season. It seems like they very well know what to do when they have a lead, right? They are playing the game correctly, we'll call it. Choking out Vision, understanding where they need to position here, and just playing these team fights perfectly. This Amumu, the X factor in my mind for Bryan High School. 5-1 and 13 right now. Massive carry, and also being able to tank as much damage as they can. Just really, really well played from Bryant so far. Haas Hall do have a 2-item Corki. They do have a 2-item brand. I just don't know if it's too little too late, because everybody on Bryan High School is cresting upon their 3rd item, if not hitting their 3rd item already.
Yeah, and we know those power spikes are super dangerous. Coming out to the 30-minute mark. Very close, 1 minute and 15 to that soul point for the actual sword takedown for Bryan High School, as we are on soul point right now for themselves. Although it is an Ocean Soul, it can still make some difference. If the side of Hassel is just looking to bust them down, that soul is definitely going to make that even more difficult. Tarragon, so confident going out as a frontline there. Ronu getting found once again, and unfortunately, the mid laner for Hassel Academy will go down.
This might be game here. We'll see if Bryan High School is willing to use this Baron to secure the Ocean Soul. I would just like to see them end the game here. I think they know that they're in this bush. They just saw a ward there. There's a ward that plays with them. Yeah.
Well, there's
no way. Yeah, they're not walking. And Haas Hall are smart enough. They've played these games before. So they are going to use this Baron to effectively secure this dragon. And an Ocean Soul is really nice for Bryan. Right? There's not anyone that heals too much, but that extra bit of healing, that extra bit of HP that you get can be the difference maker between a fight win and a fight loss. And for Bryan High School, who are so far ahead, having that extra security is nice. And Haas Hall, they kind of feel like they need to fight this, but they don't have any Scryer orbs, right? They don't have any trinkets here. So how are they going to be able to face check this is the question. I don't think they really know how to. They don't have any abilities to scout. They don't have Ezreal Q. They don't have Hawk Shot from Ashe, right? So walking in blind could be the end of the game. Whereas at least if they give this dragon, they give themselves one more college try at this game and at this potential, last fight here if Bryan High School decide to just push in.
Well, and they're deciding to push in right now with that soul getting taken by Bryan High School, and the mid lane wide open with that inhibitor right there to be taken down as well. Baron, a couple of seconds from expiring on the side of Bryan High School, since they took quite a bit with those attempted ambushes and taking the Drake themselves. They go for a rotation to the top side with a 4-member push, while Orianna Detective is on the bot lane, still having that teleport to be used, but looking to go for a 4-in-1 formation.
Yeah, it's tough. Who's going to match Ori, right? If it's a Ranu, he's just going to get flashed on and get shockwaved, right? If it's Little Jimmy, sure, you can match, but now you lose a lot of your front line. You lose your Narvin combo. So it is tough. I think Bryan High School is doing a really good job executing this 1-4 composition. Sometimes you'd see teams 1-3-1, but I don't think it's actually valuable for Team Art and Bryant to 1-3-1 here. Standing as 4 strong with the Amumu is how you want to play this. And with Orianna potentially, walking up towards that TP, pushing that bottom lane. This is the big thing. The siege isn't beautiful for Bryant. So We mentioned how Grubs wasn't that important, and it's really tough for Tarragon to walk in. It's going to take them maybe one more wave here, unless they decide to engage to take this inhibitor. We'll see if they're actually able to take these Nexuses without a fight win. And look at Bruce Wayne!
Oh, going in, but there's the Flagging Drag as well. Now they're caught between a rock and a hard place, but because of the Sad Mommy does connect onto 4 members of Household Academy. Now with Zillion or Ironu will get away, but there's another bandage toss with a Starfall as well, and it really seals the deal. Bryant High School with this team fight win, just looking to push for yet another wave and go for the Nexus.
All that stands between Bryant High School and their back-to-back state champion is Michael from Haas Hall Academy. And unfortunately, Soph, I don't think it's enough. I don't think this Corky has the juice available. He's valiantly trying, but unfortunately gets condemned. And after a series, after an undefeatable regular season, after their first game loss here, Bryant High School are your back-to-back Arkansas state champions. Beautiful, beautiful game 3 from them. Amazing, amazing execution. Haas Hall tried. They proved that gods can bleed, but that is why Bryant has been on the top, and a really fitting end for this full senior squad from Bryant High School, closing out their fall or winter semester, you may call it, with that state championship, and potentially leaving a legacy for the rest of their, high school and rest of the people that are on that team.
Yeah, we know as well the 3 players from this squad have already secured a scholarship for the Hendrix University, which is just amazing of a feat for all of them. And I'm just so happy to see them performing well on this last game. We also saw Haas-Hall really trying to make it turn into a late game that they could fight, but it was just very difficult to deal with just how dominant Bryant High School was in this game. Congratulations to our Play vs. Fall 25 High School Championship champions of the Arkansas Activities Association title. And again, congratulations to everybody that has been participating in the high school championships for Play Versus. It has been amazing. So a final shout out to our players winning the trophy: T-Mart, Bruce Wayne, Detective Tarragon, and the Red Baron. You guys deserve it, and we wish you the best of luck into the university era of your life. We know how college can be super exciting, so we hope that your journey is going to be as amazing as it all has been so far. Shivy, do you have any thoughts about this match in particular? I know that you do a lot of collegiate, so are you looking forward to seeing these players on collegiate as well?
Yeah, I'm interested to see where they go, what they compete in potentially, right? There's a lot of cool conferences. There's a lot of different competitions out there in the collegiate space that you can test your mettle against. I will say, right, Bryant High School going in undefeated, right? It is nice. It's something to, put on and say like, hey, we went undefeated, all that stuff. Big fish, small pond situation. The collegiate landscape is massive, and I hope that, a lot of these players, at least 3 of them that have secured those scholarships, continue to get better, continue to keep that drive going and competing in the collegiate space as much as they love competing in the high school space. Because sure, it's nice being back-to-back state champions, but you know what's sweeter? Being a collegiate champion. I think that's the goals that they should be striving for. So very well played to Bryant High School. Really, really good game. A nice best-of-3 series. I love that Haas Hall kept it competitive. I love that they came back in game 2 to give us a full best-of-3. And they had to make Bryant work for it, right? Game 3 was the closest these teams played up until around the 24 to 25-minute mark. And I really like to see the different strategies that some of these guys were employing. The Zillion in the bot lane for Haas Hall Academy. The Pantheon solo top lane. The carry potential of that hero or champion, and also the Mumu, right, coming in as a X factor, a massive carry threat. Probably nobody thought like, oh, it's just an Amumu, it's gonna be full tank, whatever, right? But once he's 5-0 and 6, the Leandries comes in, the Sunfire, right, the Bloodletter's Curse. Oh, that guy actually does damage. And the 1-2 combo, Bryant High School, I told him, keep it simple. And you have the Oriana, you've got the Amumu, Curse of the Sad, Shockwave comes in and cleans up those fights. So very well played from Bryant. Very, very good team, and I'm happy that we got to see them complete that back-to-back championship, especially with a team full of seniors, right? It's always nice to end on a high note rather than losing out on your final year.
Exactly, and they're definitely going to be riding a beautiful wave into college. So again, congratulations to Bryant High School. But it's not over, at least for this week. We have so many more things to come here on Play Versus. And this weekend, we have the Street Fighter 6 Winter Tournaments happening as well. We have Play Versus and Capcom teaming up to elevate the future of Street Fighter 6 competitions with winter tournaments that kick off this weekend. Eligible high school teams can enroll on the Play vs. Scholastic platform and fight for an invitation to the High School Street Fighter 2026 Championships. And that's not all. The future of college Street Fighter begins on the Play vs. Stadium. Yep, eligible college students can sign up and register for the online 1v1 tournament. Scan the QR code on your screen now to learn some more. Thank you again to our partner Capcom for making this event possible. Don't miss the high school winter tournament finals broadcast on the Capcom Fighters Twitch channel on Sunday, the December 14th. Looking forward to this amazing event, especially on a stadium. Come on, that is just so hype.
Yeah, I'm interested. There's so much more in this high school, championship for Play Versus. So many different games here, right? Obviously, me and you, Soph, get to cast League of Legends. I will be on later today for Super Smash Brothers Ultimate, which is going to be really cool. We have Splatoon next, and like you mentioned, Soph, so many other games. Rocket League. I mean, we've got Valorant, we've got Marvel Rivals, we've got everything in the back pockets as well as Street Fighter. So I'm super excited. But Soph, any final words before we leave for today?
Well, just happy to be casting with you for the first time, Shivi. It was a lovely pleasure. So happy to be watching some high school prodigies in the making into college and into this lovely journey that is esports and all of the hard work that it entails. And wishing the best luck to everybody. A good luck to you on your next gig coming out with Super Smash Bros. As well. And of course, tomorrow we still have more in our calendar for Play versus Fall 25 High School Championships. But from myself and Shibi right now together, because he's still coming up next, it's all for the moment. Thank you so much for watching the Arkansas Activities Association Championship and our winners. Again, congratulations to Bryant High School from myself and Shibi. Thank you so much, but stay tuned. We have more to come.
Hello. Welcome everyone back to some more Play versus High School Championship action coming your way. We got Splatoon 3 coming at you live here. We've been going through so many matches throughout the school year for Splatoon 3. Tons of teams coming up, and we're going to see some of the best come to duke it out. My name's Asti. I'm joined here by Falco, and we're going to be seeing some teams here. Northside High School facing off against Carbo High School. Falco, first off, how you doing, man? How's everything?
Aussie, I am doing so well. Thank you for having me today. Very excited to see what Arkansas's best has in store for us. Like you said, Northside High School versus Cabo High School. Northside High School, do you know how strong they've been so far this year? 8-0 in their sets, 24-4 in all of their games, coming in at the #1 seed, taking on a very tough seeded 3 team. Carbo High School 5-3 in their sets, 20-12 in their games. The competition is set here for our best of 5 grand finals. It is going to be a fantastic showdown.
Yeah, that is going to be a tall order for Cabo. Like you said, being 8-0, not being undefeated the entire season, like they're looking pretty strong. And they just got started, right? Like none of these players have really been into Splatoon before this year, and they're all kind of new to it, and they're picking it up incredibly fast.
Yeah, they certainly are. 2 members in particular on the side of Northside High School. That is going to be Gizzard and Protege. They are seniors, so this will be their last year competing. But their other team members are freshmen. So the legacy can live on potentially for another 3 years beyond this for some of these players, hoping that they'll find themselves in this position once again.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like we're going to be jumping into the game here momentarily. But before that, we do have to give a little bit of a shout out to one of our many sponsors that help put this show onto display for us. This is the Road to Play versus Cup for 2026. You guys want to jump on this? It's obviously all you got to do is just go to Playverse right there. Use the code Playverse. It's Playverse's total for 10% off your order at Zenny.com. Thank you so much for Zenny for bringing on this sponsorship for us to be able to have this. And also on top of that, we got some more people to be able to shout out here. We got another one from a Respawn. So if you want some 10% off on your sales orders right over there, just head on over to respawnproducts.com to check out to see all those goodies coming your way and help support these high school scholastic events that can come to a venue near you.
Thank you, Asti. And like you mentioned, yeah, getting set for game 1. We're going to be starting off here on Turf War. The mode is going to be predetermined. The teams choose the stages that they're going to be playing. And Turf War, the bread and butter of Splatoon 3, everybody's first game mode that they have ever played in this game. Asti, of course, we know Splatfest always take after Turf War when you do play. What is your favorite part about Turf War?
Oh my, the fact that like I feel that the comeback factor is so strong in Turf War. Like it's just 3 minutes of happening, so you spend like the first 2 minutes kind of feeling each of the teams out, seeing like what weapons are they going, what do we have to deal with, who's getting a lot of the big picks, and even if you get like devastated, demolished in the beginning, you can still have that comeback factor, and it's pretty strong in the game. The last 30 seconds with the music change and everything, it literally haunts my brain. I'm sure it haunts these players' brains too, especially in Splatfest when you got a lot on the line.
Yeah, and of course, it's the only game mode that you have a set time of 3 minutes. It's much shorter than the other game modes. You can't knock out your opponent in Turf War. You have to play all 3 minutes for all these players. But let's hop into here for game 1, Turf War of our grand finals. Once again, this is Northside High School versus Cabo High School from Arkansas in our AAA division. Let's take a look at these comps. Asti, which weapons in particular jumps out to you?
Oh, you already know I'm looking at that brush. That brush is already like the one thing I need to see immediately in these games. The cool thing about just running any type of brush is the fact that you can just get into the action so fast and get straight to the center and just start the action immediately. And this is going to be Kunad representing the Cabo team. Or I'm sorry, this is the Northside High School team on the blue section with Cabo on the orange side. So they're getting right into it. And we're going to see how this fight's going to play out. And we already got splats on the board here, Falco.
Yeah, 2 splats. We're going to see triple splashdown after triple splashdown, but look at that cancel by Fishy, taking down one of the members on Northside High School. That is going to be huge to give their team a little bit of leverage. And right now, Cabo High School, again, in the orange, looking pretty strong here as they are pushing forward, but it's not without Northside High School pushing back. Gizzard is trying to get some splats. One of the teammates going to be jumping into them as well, but still, this Cabo High School team doing a very good job pushing up as a unit.
Yeah, and both Fishy and Gizzard are doing really good jobs of playing the anchor role, right? Being that those players in the back with the splatlings, just trying to like play some coverage, be an anchor for someone to jump to them later on, and just kind of play more of a support. So it allows players like Bread to get in there and get a splat here with the bucket. On top of that, bringing it down to a 4v2 situation, and now the floor is starting to turn super orange.
Yeah, Cabo High School, they have to keep riding this wave, and we have a minute 20 remaining, but Kanade is going to get a splat here. But look where the heavy it is. They're going to be pushed up 2 players down on both of these teams right now, and this is where Northside can have an opportunity to try and push forward. Gizzard is trying to find places to paint, but they get splatted down by Wakaboom here, who's trying to stay alive, is going to have to back up and get some more support of their team. Kunade trying to go in as well. Triple splashdown coming out once again from Cabo High School here as they are pincering in on a player. 2 players are going to go down. Wakaboom pushing in on the last player alive, Gizzard, who's going to be taking them down. 1 minute remaining. This is where it could turn, Asti.
Gizzard is going out of their mind right now, just completely just lawn mowing everyone down that comes right in front of them. And there's 50 seconds left on the clock. Finally going to stop that in their tracks. And again, there's still a lot of free retail space here as we get a wipeout coming out from Cabo High School. Going to get in there and try to paint a little bit more of that orange. This is looking very even.
Yeah, this is exactly what Northside High School needed to try and turn this around. Now they are in danger. That is going to be Cabo High School who's in, I'm sorry, that's going to be, yeah, it was Cabo who is in danger now. 2 are going to go down too. Gizzard is going to be caught using that triple splashdown as one of the decoys takes down one of the members. They're taking down another member as well. This is huge for Gizzard and Northside High School to extend this push. 10 seconds remaining. We'll see how long they can hold on.
You got to see what's happening now. Here's the timers coming out at the very last second. Oh, gets that big splat on Kunada. That can turn the tides right here for Cabo. They're going to try to paint here at the very last second. And there is so much orange yet again on this entire map, but there's still a lot of blue. What's the results, Falco? What do we have?
Oh, it's going to be so close, and just by 1 percentage point, it is going to be Northside High School taking this one, setting the tone for this best of 5 set in a turf war match. What a fantastic game. Gizzard there getting some key splats. Remember, Gizzard is the captain of this Northside High School team, so they are one of the players who's going to have, their legacy is going to have to live on this team after they are done playing for their school. So, Asti, just an incredible first game. You know, turf war can go either way. It can be pretty easily, you know, teams can get locked out pretty easily. You're in danger. You don't really have anything that you can show at the end. But like you mentioned, the last 30 seconds, the last minute of turf war, it really is a coin flip. Every decision matters. Every splat matters. Every inch of the map matters as well with how well you can paint.
Yeah, and especially in that last 30 seconds, like we've been talking about in the past, and that's exactly where Northside turned up. And you got to give it to the leader, Gizzard. Like, you can see the practice and everything that they've been doing throughout the day coming in spades, just getting splat after splat, holding the team down as the anchor, being that little spot for people to be able to jump to. And when they see that they're kind of going after someone else, they're just going to get that splat on top of them. So this is kind of a weird game mode compared to the other 4 that we're going to see for the rest of the day, right? Because there's not really like a central objective. You're just kind of all over the map. So now we're going to go to like a little bit more specific, I guess, with the future game modes that we're going to have. We're actually going to have like an objective to jump to, not just simply paint the floor, right?
Yeah, we are going to Rainmaker now for game 2, and it's going to be Cabo High School, the losing team, who chooses the stage that they're going to be playing on. In Rainmaker, you know, you can compare it to a capture the flag style of game mode where you have to get past this first checkpoint, you have to dunk the giant Rainmaker on it, and then move on to the final checkpoint to get the knockout. So, like we mentioned in Turf War, there's no knockout feature, but we are moving to the game modes now that do have knockout features. You have 5 minutes to make it happen. That first Rainmaker pop is very important as well. If you want to gain control of the map, if you want to try and have some leverage to get an early push to that first checkpoint, all of that is going to matter.
Yeah, and it's funny that you mentioned that Turf War is like usually the shortest of the modes because it is 3 minutes, but it's a guaranteed 3 minutes. Rainmaker is one of those modes that can end in very fast, very quickly in like the first 30 seconds. If they get like a snowball effect and they get past that first checkpoint, it could be donezo right after that. I remember in past Splatoon games, there wasn't even a checkpoint. It was even faster. You could just take it all the way to the end and just, it's over. Like
Right.
you just dunk it in, and that's all she wrote. But now we add that checkpoint in just to make it not as snowbally. But depending on what happens, this stuff still happens. But here we go. Game number 2 coming up here, Falco. We're about to see if we got some weapon swaps from everyone here.
Yeah, let's see what both teams are going to bring to the table here. We are going to be on Hagglefish Market for our second game here. Taking a look, this is Cabo High School in the orange, once again Northside High School in the blue. So definitely some changes, still some similar weapons, especially from Cabo High School, but we are going to be seeing slight variations here. We do have the 52 gal with the splash wall in the Killer Whale and the Splattershot Forge Pro that is going to have Booyah Bomb. So a little bit more leverage. Oh, that's going to be tried to pick up here. Fishy's now the only player alive for Cabo High School, forced it back up. So here we'll see Northside High School try and get some picks, and it looks like they may get a good push.
This could be the push they're looking for, right? Gizzard again going for the super jump after respawning in, try to get some more paint. They do break that first checkpoint as intended, get splatted for it, but it's definitely worth it because just having that first checkpoint is going to put you in a very, very nice spot to be able to try to finish that off. Gizzard is going to help with the team blowing it up to try to pick it right back on. And once you have that Rainmaker in charge, you get access to that weapon. Gizzard coming in very clutch there with the dribble ink. The splat down coming in clutch. Protege trying to make that push there at the very end. 16 points remaining, shutting down this push from Northside. Finally, Cabo can get something going here and gets the final picks, but no, Gizzard's still in there. Picks up the Rainmaker and dunks it at the end. That is the game. And that's exactly what we're talking about. The game could end in mere seconds.
Right.
It's
and
over.
Asti, you even brought up, we have checkpoints. It slows down the game. No, not in the case of Northside High School. Gizzard there, the momentum from Northside trying to push this Rainmaker, extending. They just threw all bodies to the Rainmaker. If a few of their members went down, they just immediately jumped back in. And that is exactly what you need to do in Rainmaker to keep up that momentum. It started with Cabot High School. They got the Rainmaker pop, but unfortunately all of their players went down. So Northside, they knew exactly what they needed to do. We got the knockout. We need to immediately just go to the first checkpoint. We're going to finish phase 1 and then start phase 2. Once our opponents respawn, we will set ourselves up. But all the momentum was on Northside side.
Yeah, Cabot coming right back in there, trying to clutch that out at the very end. Couldn't quite find the mark there, but you got to respect their attempts, right? There was that opportunity where you saw a Fishy going in there for the very beginning of the push. They saw their teammates go down with a 3, so while they were retreating, they were still able to get a splat in the process, so they kind of stop the bleeding a little bit. So really good gameplay coming out from them as well. Going back, let people super jump to them and then get back into the fight. So they're putting up quite a fight, but Northside's just looking incredibly strong. Again, they're 8-0 for a reason, and they might be ending up with a 3-0. We'll have to wait and see. Me personally, Falco, I want to see a game 5. That's what I want to see.
Hey, let's hop into game 3s first. Splat zones here. We're going to be moving on to Barnacle and Dime for this next game coming in soon. Of course, for zones, you have to just maintain control of that zone. We're going to be seeing some new weapons, especially the custom Explo coming out from Cabot High School. This one in particular is going to have, I believe this one has a triple splashdown to try and get some leverage and to try and get some more paint coverage as well. So Cabot High School first once to the zone here. Not really in control quite yet. A few players are going to go down on both sides. And we still have this neutral game, but Cabot High School finally taking control. 3v3 situation. Northside is still trying to push in, but forced to retreat, especially with this Reef Slider coming in.
Yeah, the Reef Slider making a lot of displacement here coming up from Northside. Cabot finally finding themselves here with a lead. They get a wipeout in the process. Going to turn this into a 2v0 while we wait for those players to respawn right back in. Wackoom just trying to move around, see if we can try to find a next opportunity, but no, we're going to be able to expose yourself with the little proc there as we're going to try to jump right back in. Fishy gets a big splat, point blank with the splatling. Protege coming right back in here from the back, trying to get a huge flank, but you got to be careful. You're by yourself in that action. Fishy going to be able to shut that down immediately.
Yeah, Fishy did a good job getting 2. Can they get 3? Camping this jump with support from Wakaboom, able to take them down. And this is a huge change of pace for Cabot High School. Not letting go of the zone at all. Zenvi able to take down Wakaboom here, and they're going to try and find an opportunity for Northside to break in. But it looks like Cabot High School is still always on the upper edge, and they are going to get this 100-0 knockout. Asti, you talk about a change of pace from Rainmaker. This game was all Cabot High School.
This isn't even a 3-0, and this could be one of the fastest sets I've ever seen. This is going by so quickly. And Cabot, like I said, there's so many opportunities for them to try to bring that back. Turf War was super close. In the middle of the last one, Rainmaker, they were almost there. They could have brought it back, but they just couldn't find their marks. So they finally found their strength with Splat Zones. They won the initial team fight at the very beginning of the game and just held onto that zone the entire time. No penalty points even went onto the board. It was a 100-0 knockout, and they're showing that they still got a lot of strength here. So it's cool to see these players start to like wake up and lock in for the rest of this set.
Right. It seems like some of these schools have particular game modes that they really excel in. I mean, Northside with Rainmaker, Cabot High School with Splat Zones. Look, we still have Tower Control and Clan Blitz coming up here. I mean, this is just wild with how this is going to be playing out. So I'm very curious to see if we are going to be seeing that potential game 5 if we do get to that point. But right now with Northside High School sitting on a 2-1, Cabot High School looking to try and get that reverse sweep if they want to get the win.
Yeah, and that's the hill you got to climb, right? When you're down 2-0, you got to win 3 games in a row to take home that set. This is the beginning, right? You can start to get that rock climbing, but it might be a little bit of an uphill battle because now you've lost all counter pick advantage for like stages. Like the rest of the stages are going to be picked by Northside, so they're going to have home field advantage for the rest of this Arkansas sets, which, again, a lot of these players have been playing incredibly well, and it's really cool to see them like kind of pop off here and be able to put on display all their long year of work to get to this point. It's really cool to see like their hard work finally pay off, you know?
Yeah, and I mean, especially with a record from Northside High School, like we mentioned, 8-0 in sets, 24-4 in games. I'd be surprised if one of those 4 was a Rainmaker game, just based on what we saw today. But Cabot High School, of course, here, with how they played in that Splat Zones game and just the lockout and total control, I don't think there was any moment where even when Northside had a player advantage, they still couldn't get the zone. We saw a lot of neutral, a lot of 3v3s, a lot of 4v4, but Northside couldn't quite get it. We are going to go to Ship Cargo Co. for tower control for this game for, once again, Cabot High School, hoping that they can get this win to extend it to a game 5.
Yeah, tower control going to be one of those modes where you just kind of like chill on the tower to try to push it, kind of pushing the payload, if you will, right? You want to push it into the enemy base to be able to try to end out the game. So it's that center objective one more time, but it's all about holding the moving one. So let's see how we're going to be able to jump into this. Not too big of a change here on the weapon selects. Kunade still rocking that brush. Going to see what we're going to be able to bring home here to the table. Again, already starting to move that little tower bit by bit. Not going to get too much mileage out of there. Going to drop 2 people. 3 people in the process. Gonna have a huge advantage here coming out from Northside.
Yeah, this is going to be what Northside really needs to carry on to get to this first checkpoint. Kunade is going to be getting to it uncontested. Protege using that killer whale to try and extend this push. This tower is uncontested. One of the members from Cabot is going to go down, so the tower is still pushing on to that checkpoint. Remember, there are only 2 checkpoints on this stage. Some of the stages have 3, but that first checkpoint is much longer. Fishy with a nice flank going around the tower, helping getting that wipeout. So this is a huge save for members of Cabot High School. You know, only allowing Northside to get the 36. That is a big 36 early on in this game, but they have a big hill to overcome if they want to try and get this back.
Yeah, and again, Cabot High School looking very strong right now, holding onto that tower, trying to push it towards that first checkpoint. Again, the lead right now is in favor of Northside. That's going to be Gizzard going down, getting caught out by all of the specials coming their way. We got people camping on that tower, right? Just putting out some ink here bit by bit, trying to, you know, just create some space, build some meter, wait for the next one to come out. We got a Booyah Bomb, just kind of displace something, not too many splats coming out of that. And we're going to be able to get past this first checkpoint. It looks like we're going to clear it in a dominant fashion.
And they're going to be trying to do this. Look at the Reef Slider coming into. That's going to be General Bread taking down, helping that wipeout. And look at this. They have to be in position to take the lead right now with a lot of their players extending and pushing forward. That lead is going to change. And Yummy Cheeseburger on the tower, opting to jump off. So in trying to get Gizzard, but no, Gizzard is going to get them. Reef Slider, the last player alive, is going to be trying to take out members of Northside High School, but it's not going to work quite yet. Tower is going to go back to neutral. So a fantastic push from Cabot High School as they extend this tower, and it goes back to neutral. We are back at a mid-game, Asti.
Yeah, and back to the mid, back to the neutral. One of my favorite spots to be in here. We do have a slight lead here for Northside, or sorry, for Cabot, right? Only 24 points here remaining. So it's going to be on Northside trying to break open that third checkpoint, because that could be like that's like the seal maker, right? Now we have a wipeout coming out, getting all 4 splats in the process. Gizzard just painting out this floor bit by bit, building some meter, and look how blue it is, Falco. This is looking very devastating right now for Cabot.
It is, and of course they still have this final checkpoint they need to get through. Gizzard is there, contested now by General Bread, but they're going to go down. Wakaboom and Yummy Cheeseburger there, trying to get some picks, but the triple splashdown takes them from above. Gizzard on the tower, stays on the tower. Northside High School is taking this one. Asti, we are tied at a 2-2 set, going to a game 5.
You know, I wished for one thing and one thing only, and that was to get a game 5. And, you know, it came true, and it's been nothing but knockouts, nothing but fast games. Again, a very fast best of 5 series we're about to watch here. It's going to be one of my favorite game modes, Falco. It's going to be Clam Blitz, baby. This is one of the most chaotic modes in the entirety of Splatoon. Kind of a divisive topic for a lot of players too, because a lot of players go into like ranked or something, and they're like, oh man, Clam Blitz, I wish I could talk to my players. Well, guess what? This is all about teamwork with your school teammates. You can just jump in there, talk to them, try to figure out how you're going to be able to win this game, because Clam Blitz, you're all over the place. You're trying to collect clams from all over the map, build up a power clam by collecting 8 of them, go towards the net and break it open and try to throw some clams right in there. It's kind of like a mix of basketball if there was like 100 basketballs on the floor.
You know, I supervise like a collegiate Splatoon team, and they played in a season this year, and this was their first time for 3 of their 4 members ever playing Clam Blitz while communicating with their teammates. And they said it was a game changer compared to what you can do in a traditional ranked mode. They're like, this is so much better, so much more fun. And I'm like, yes, Clam Blitz, that's why it is such a fun mode. But Asti, you described it perfectly. It is a game mode that takes up the entire map, very similar to the last 3 that we have seen. And like you mentioned, scoring the big power clam to break open the basket, following up with little clams. You always have to be aware of how many clams your opponent has, where they're positioned with their power clam, because you don't want to get caught off guard and have your basket broken while you're not looking.
Yeah, that's like one of the worst things. You think you're playing the offensive, like, okay, we're about to go in there. We're going to break open their basket. And then right behind you, you hear the noise and you hear the little song playing off. And you're like, oh no, I let this happen. And you have to like go all the way to the back while they're just popping clams in bit by bit. So it's very fun. It's way better than when you're like doing a solo queue and you're pinging this way. You know, you're like, hey, jump to me this way, please jump to me.
You get the this way, ouch combo. That's my personal favorite that I get. But let's talk about the momentum here for these 2 teams, because
Absolutely.
Northside High School, they barely won on that turf war game. Games 2 and 3, Cabot High School, you know, they had a very good run, and then that tower control game with Northside coming back and getting the win. It's really a coin flip here for game 5 going into Clam Blitz. We talked about how key the communication is for some of these teams and these players and how well they want to execute this. And I can imagine this is the longest they've been queuing for a game. I can only imagine it's because they're strategizing and figuring out how they want to approach this game.
You also got to think about the nerves, right? And like the morale on the thing. This is a team sport at the end of the day. And it's all about trying to keep your morale up. Like, oh man, why couldn't we just win that last game? We'd be done. We'd have the W. And you got to like be that core player on your team to just like, kind of lift up spirits and be like, hey, we still got this. Just like you can't just expect to win just because you practice a lot. Guess what? Your opponents are also practicing a lot too. Everyone wants that win at the end of the day. So it's all about who can play better in that moment. And we're going to see that here for game 5 of the Clam Blitz. So again, I cannot wait for these 2 teams to come into each other. I know we've been calling them by their high school teams, the North Side, the Cabot, but I kind of like their little sub names here. We got Shadow Wizard Money Gang from North Side and the Tortellinis from Cabot. So, you know, like I like these little fun little nods to team names that these players can come up with.
And the tortellinis. It's not just not also the tortellinis and the tortellinis. Yeah. But they are fun. And again, a lot of our grassroots scene, we have fun names, but these ones take the cake, I think. Or they take the tortellini, I should say.
Yep.
But yeah, and as we mentioned too, with some of these teams, and especially going 8-0, obviously you don't want to have your first loss be in grand finals. But if that's the case, then you already know you did a fantastic job getting to the point, but you know the job is not done. You push this to a game 5 to try and get this win. And yeah, again, for Clam Blitz 2 to end it off, I don't really know what to expect because, again, it's played very differently than any of the other modes that we have seen. You're taking up the entirety of the map. There is not one centralized objective that you can kind of crowd around. The objective kind of moves depending on if a basket's open. You have a pretty clear offense, defense style of gameplay, and you can try and flank and get somebody off guard too. We're probably going to be seeing quite a few power clam jumps as well, because when your basket closes, you get a free pity clam, as we call it in the scene. And so a lot of players, they will leave that just kind of uncontested. And as soon as their basket breaks open, somebody who's maybe respawning, they'll just grab it, jump to one of their teammates, and try and get an easy 20 points.
It's funny you mentioned the pity clam just in general, because that's like one of the clams where you have to, when you break open the basket in the beginning, that's what spawns the pity clam for the other team. So you got to make the most out of it, right? If you just throw the power clam in and that's it, there's no extra clams on there, you might be giving your other team an edge because you just gave them additional power clams. So it kind of evens out. So you want to try to get as many clams into the basket as possible after you score the initial power clam, so you get the most bang for your buck, because you know you're going to be playing at a little bit of a disadvantage right afterwards. So pity clams have definitely made or break a game before in the past.
Austin, as much as we love talking about Clam Blitz, we actually are not going to be seeing it because this set has wrapped up. What? We got confused with who was winning because that turf war game was so close. Northside High School, they actually did win the set 3-1.
Okay, so I thought it was good.
I that's why I was like, wait, who won that first game? That's why I was so confused, because both of those games were so fast, and we barely had time to kind of like decompress and talk about it. But yeah, no, it was Northside who did win the set.
Okay, I thought I was getting gaslit for a second because I was like, wait, I thought Northside won game 2. Okay, I guess you know what. And then okay, we're here. So the set's over. We're not seeing Clam Blitz. I'm sad. Falco's sad. We wanted to see a game 5, but that is actually the end of the set. That's gonna be Northside coming in with a 3-1 victory. The Shadow Wizard Money Gang gonna be able to get that dub for Arkansas, remaining undefeated this season, going 9-0. That's gonna get congratulations to Gizzard, Kunade, Protege, Zenvi. We didn't really get to see much of SCR, but he was also on that team. So shout outs to that team for taking on that victory. But again, Cabot High School also putting in mad work there. They almost got the win there on game 4. Could have brought to a game 5 themselves. And that was going to be Fishy, General Bread, Watch a Kaboom, Cheeseburger, Colin Boyle. All these players have put blood and sweat and tears into their practice to try to get to the skill level and get to the stage that they are on today. And it was very fun to be able to watch this as well.
Right, and Cabot High School, of course, they have to be acknowledged with how well they played to do. You face the number 1 seed. You got a game win off of them too, but to make it this far into the state finals, you definitely have to pat yourselves on the back and look forward to the next semester, the next year when you're able to play. So congratulations to both of these teams, especially Northside High School, Shadow Wizard Money Gang taking the victory here and are the Arkansas AAA Splatoon 3 champions.
Yeah, very cool game to be able to jump on. I'm glad we were able to jump on this last second. Falco, thank you so much for jumping on here with me. I always have a blast. I cannot believe we've never cast before.
Never.
Today. That's very fun. We're always like in passing. We're always at the same events for years. And this is it takes the high school championship for Play Versus Fall 25 to bring us together, to show our love for this game and the love for these players.
Yeah, happy to be here with you, Asti. Happy that Play Versus could host us. But Asti, that is going to be it for our duration of the broadcast. We have more coming this week. What's in store for the rest of our high school championships?
Oh, dude, there's so more. There's even more Splatoon action happening tomorrow, so you gotta be able to check that. But this broadcast today is not done. We still got Super Smash Bros. Ultimate happening right after the Splatoon cast too. So if you guys are in favor of Smash Bros, want to see some platformer action, some of the best high schoolers to be out there to do it, don't stay away from that style. I would definitely stay here on this channel to see that all up. But I think that's, like you said, that's going to be it for us. I think we're going to be wrapping up here momentarily. But again, the Splatoon action that we saw today was so much fun. I always get such a joy out of being able to jump on these games and be able to just try to show our love for it and be able to see these players play it to the maximum of their ability.
Yeah, it's It is amazing, especially I'm glad these kids have the opportunity to do this. I know I didn't when I was in high school. We didn't have the esports scene grow as much as we did
Yep.
for us older folks here in the
Where's
Splatoon
my
scene.
walking cane? Where is
Yeah,
it?
I know. So we're happy that we can at least appreciate it and spectate and commentate these fantastic games, and especially for a game that you and I both really enjoy so much and have gotten to know and love for over the course of these past few years.
Yeah, it's cool to see how the game has grown in such a short amount of time, right? Going from Splatoon 1 to Splatoon 3 the past 10 years, going on year 11. But guys, that is actually going to be it for us. Thank you guys so much for tuning in for Splatoon. Don't go anywhere. We got some Smash Brothers Ultimate coming your way.
Hello and welcome, everybody. My name is Shibi. You might have seen me before when we were doing a little bit of League of Legends casting. That is Crow, my brother from another mother, my longtime duo, back here to cast not League of Legends, not Valorant, not Rocket League, none of that stuff. No, Super Smash Brothers Ultimate. And we've got the championship here. Crow, how are you doing? I know you just came from the gym. You're swole. You've got a pump. And now you're here to pump some action into Super Smash Bros. Ultimate.
I'm so excited, bro. Oh my God. I can't believe we're back at it. It's been too long.
Yes.
Once again, though, another Scholastic broadcast being brought to you by us two. This is gonna be dope. We haven't done Smash together. This is fun.
I know.
This is great. It's gonna be fun. You're stepping more into my court. It's gonna be great. I'm excited though. I mean, high school level Smash Bros is actually something I really have come to love these past few years. So many different circuits, so many different tournaments, but the talent is all there. And these kids are so cracked at the game.
Yeah, I mean, high school level, but also just what's been happening in the collegiate scene with so many high-level players being picked up. And Crow, you can kind of speak to that because you've been in and around the FGC scene. You're obviously knee-deep in the collegiate side. Some of these guys could be getting looked and picked up by some top-level universities. I mean, I know Northwood, Fisher, Maryville, Winthrop. They've got, you know, winners, like major winners in their schools competing and getting education, which is absolutely bonkers.
Oh yeah, it's such a common thing for collegiate scouts to be looking at these high school leagues, at these high school championships, to see which crops of talent they would want to try to get for their teams going into the next part of the school year whenever these kids graduate. It is something that is very much, I've talked about it with other people in other, you know, leagues, talk to people behind the scenes from. But yeah, like I said, these kids are cracked and like they're playing their hearts out for that championship, for that medal, for that trophy, what have you, but also for opportunities for their future.
Yeah, and an introduction to the teams here. We've got two high-powered schools here. Truman High School, right? Team name Up Be Out of Shield, which is obviously a dope name. Don't get me wrong. They're coming in with an 8-0 record and a 50-16 match record. They've only dropped 15 individual rounds in their whole year, which is absolutely insane, coming in undefeated. And on the away team, we'll call them, is Paragold High School. They're coming in with a 7-1 record, so a near undefeated record, and with a 48-23 match score. So they've only dropped 17 more individual game series. And honestly, there's a lot of different characters. I'm seeing Snake, I'm seeing Young Link, I'm seeing Joker. The best thing about it, Crow, I don't see any Steve, and that's all I care about.
We're safe. We're good. We're safe. The broadcast is saved. It's going to be a good quality match all throughout the day. I'm really excited because on this Paragold High School squad, I mean, Brody is such a good player. I mean, rocking the Joker and the Rob in the Cloud. High-key expecting to see the Rob come out. That is kind of a little bit of a meme, and especially in the circuits, is everybody has that good Rob player and that good Cloud player on their team, and he happens to be doing both. So that's going to be really nice to see, as well as Dwayne on the Game & Watch Cloud Rob. So Dwayne and Brody, both of them, I believe they are captains for their squads. They are absolutely like poised to be the front runners for their teams.
And I love that you talk about everyone competing here because obviously, Crow, we've got something special. The road to the Play versus Cup has begun. The best high school teams across the U.S. and Canada, you can't forget them, will once again gather to determine who is the best of the best and crown the ultimate champion. Thank you to our Play versus Cup sponsors, Zenny and Respawn. Use code PLAYVS, that's PLAVS, at checkout for 10% off of your order site-wide at zenny.com, as well as use code PLAYVSTEAM, that's PLAYVSTEAM, to get an extra 10% off the sale price at the respawnproducts.com store. Crow, you know how important it is for your vision health. I love Zenny. I've used them before. They sell so many different kinds of glasses, blue light, regular prescription, sunglasses, even prescription sunglasses. I wear them. I know you wear glasses here and there occasionally. It's very, very important to protect your eyes, and especially when you're competing, casting, or if you're just watching TV really close for whatever reason, I would highly recommend picking up some glasses here. And if I didn't say that, if I didn't stress it enough, I think it would be important. And obviously, Respawn Products has a plethora of different tools and items you can use to enhance your gaming experience. So I'm really excited. But you know what I'm more excited about, Crow? Getting into some action here because Super Smash Bros. Ultimate is on the menu.
Oh, yes. There's still so much more Ultimate to be played. I've been able to say that all year long. It's been a little bit of an interesting year when you really look at the entirety of the competitive scene. A lot of people think, it's on the way out. We're waiting for that brand new Smash game to come out on the Switch too. But there is still so much Ultimate to be played. And these two schools making it all the way to the finals is really, really going to be dope to see. Up B out of Shield. They have been sticking together this entire time. Can it push them this much further for that final win? We're getting right into it. It's Dwayne starting things off for Truman High School. In Paragon High School, we got Eli. Rockin'? Okay, I see the Bowser coming out. Let's go, man.
Yeah, so the early percentage is going to be tough for this Bowser, right? I mean, he is just kind of combo food for a lot of these guys, and with some of the multi-hit combos coming out from Cloud, will be tough to establish stage control. But I'm really liking these forward airs that Paragold has been putting out here. Baru, though, does have to be careful. Limit is available.
Yep, limit on the table for Dwayne right now. It's very much like where you want to go with it. And because we're on the stage specifically, it's going to be hard for Baru to get onto stage in any capacity. He saw that first stock taken pretty handily. So, I mean, look, hey, Dwayne's popping off immediately. Eli, yes, it is on the Bowser. Yes, you can take a lot of hits. But the mobility is just so much on the side of this Cloud. Looking for those efficient up airs too. Side B on platform can't quite get the stock here, but
nice DI.
Efficient enough damage.
Yeah, that was good DI. Another side B grab. It's just not going to be enough, but did have to use that up B and powered one, so maybe finds an opportunity to close this kill out. He needs to get this quickly because the more percentage that racks up, the more extra credit that Dwayne is going to get, the harder it's going to be to come back. Sure, you got rage mechanics, sure, you're Bowser, but I need to see a kill confirm, and it can be tough at these higher percentages. You just have to fish for one of those forward airs. You cannot smash attack here if I'm Baru. And there we go. There's the forward air, but
there's the forward air again. Do it again. Do it again. Yeah. I got to clean that one up. Okay. And like I said, look, because Eli's on this Bowser, he is a hefty boy. He can take a lot of hits here. 103, you're basically at like 35%. Let's be real. So he still has that fight available. The dash attack, though, does send you pretty far, all things considered. Avoids the up air for a moment. No forward airs popping out from Dwayne just yet. Not down and out. Limit in a pretty good spot. Ugh, just fish for those golf swings. Trying to make something land.
Yeah, Dwayne, I think he wants to take this out before he has to limit here.
Bear?
If he can get to limit here, and he's at 29% with the stock lead, this is a very close kill angle into the Bowser here. Uh-oh, Eli might be in some trouble.
Ooh, consecutive up airs. Looking for another one. No, not quite finishing it off. Was that limit empowered slash? I believe, yes.
Yep.
Take him to 104 here, Dwayne, though. Oh, gets away. Okay, side B in the air. I love that. But needs more to equal this out. I mean, 118, 67. Okay, this is the start. This is the start, but unfortunately does trip up the momentum a bit. The control that Dwayne is showing right now, not really overcommitting at all. Once again, in the limit too. Wait, is he just... Okay, yeah, a B beats that out every single time.
Oh, not the raw up smash. Not the raw up smash. That was a read, and I was looking a little dicey. Look, it was a little looking dicey, but I think that one stock lead, that early kill confirm with the limit, right? The limit, neutral B was actually the deciding factor. And once you couldn't get that kill going, once you couldn't figure it out, playing those heavies is tough, especially like you mentioned into a Cloud player who is just going to eat you up, with Combo City, and it's really, really disgusting. You don't really have any, forward airs or neutral airs or anything that can outspace that back air from Cloud, so it's kind of tough. The spacing game against Swordsman, yeah, I mean, good luck, bro. Like, you're playing heavy. Unfortunate.
I mean, if it, because it was Bowser, it made it a bit more difficult. If it was someone maybe DK even has a better time against Swordies, it's just the fact that you're not really able to keep up with the pressure that Cloud can output, especially when, they start to pull ahead. And I mean, like I said, good on Eli for, being able to take a stock. But, man, Dwayne, I told you, these Cloud and Rob players, absolute menaces on the field each and every time.
Yeah, now, obviously you can go for the character swap. You can swap off the Bowser. I don't suspect them to swap off of Cloud. I just, like you said, it's a really good fundamental character. You don't really have any terrible matchups, and I don't think anybody on this side plays like the really bad matchup. So the question is, are you going to swap over to another swordsman to outrange? Are you going to stick to the heavy on your Bowser? Are you going to maybe change the stage, maybe to Final Destination? Because those platforms actually work against you, right? Because Cloud can just up air you through the platforms, clip you through, and you can't really do too much about it, and you don't really have any good clipping moves. Your up air is not that amazing as Bowser. Like, you kind of have to fish for it. You kind of have to guess. Obviously, you're not really going to be using your down air. It is really like a forward air fish into maybe let me get like a tilt kill, or maybe let me get a stage read here and there. Bowser is a somewhat honest character, I would say, in Smash.
Hey, I wouldn't go that far. I mean, he's pretty linear, I would say, yeah. But as far as honest, because there's so many gimmick stocks you can take. Side B off platform, so nasty. I mean, edge guarding with neutral B, flamethrower is actually just nasty a lot of times. Up tilt can be pretty jank, but yeah, I mean, it will determine. I mean, stages do matter in platform fighters, so that is another scenario to deeply look into, right? As far as the character switching wise, I'm not so sure, just because I mean, we did see that Eli was able to keep up a little bit with that tempo that Dwayne was pumping out, so it could really just be a bit of okay.
This is
a big switch. Yeah, this is a big switch.
We got some information.
This is a big switch. Okay, I was saying, no, you don't got to switch to the Bowser. You'll be fine. Psych, put in the Sonic. Go ahead. Let's do it. Spin dash to win dash, baby. I'm actually so for it. I mean, Sonic is still, one of the top characters in the game. If piloted in the right hands, for sure. Just you're able to abuse his speed and his just very, very quick normals all the time, and you have aerial superiority over the Cloud, hands down.
Yes.
So it's very, very scary on the side for Truman. I mean, because this could be the comeback angle. Eli still has a lot of fight, and he's showing it right now.
Yeah, I think the big thing for Eli here on this Sonic is, the speed advantage you have against the Cloud, right? If you're zipping around, if you're able to dash dance through, and they're going to choose a much more
FD? I mean, HB? We going to HB? Yeah. All right.
Yeah,
I'm with it.
And
I
now
like it
we're going to start seeing this neutral. Now, the big thing is spacing for Paragold here, right? Big thing is going to be spacing for Dwayne. If he can just keep this Sonic at range, right? Use some of these more disjointed sword hits. That's going to be the ideal scenario for him. But you mentioned, Crow, this aerial superiority, using some of these neutral airs and just using his speed to his advantage. And spin dash to win dash, like you mentioned.
I'm telling you, yeah, it's really going to be interesting because Truman High School Dwayne, he will have to be on the defensive a lot. But when he does get in, I mean, playing with limit, daring Eli to get in because, just stops, shield, grab space, easily could disrupt a lot of things. Short hop nair, short hop dare, also very good. The parries on lock as well. Up B, get that climb hazard, does massive amount of damage. Hey, you could just lightly charge a forward smash or an up smash, dead. So that is something that Eli does have to watch out for here. They're just trading blows. They're throwing bombs at each other, left, right, and center, hitting each other real hard. Man, this is scary. It's unlike the last matchup. Eli did have that big body beneficiary ability to take more hits. You don't get that same luxury with Sonic.
Yeah, especially if you tank one of these climb hazards.
Charge down smash, hello.
But never mind, just charge down smash. It gets the one frame on the edge guard. Like, hey, we take those. I'll take them. Nice little kill here, and now at 114%. This is where Cloud kind of struggles. Without limit, some of his kill capabilities become a lot weaker. He has been getting those climb hazards out of shield. The out of shield upbeats have been nice, but now he's got to fish for some of these back airs, and he doesn't really have time to charge limit because the moment this Sonic sees you charging, he's going to spin dash on you, and you're going to be like, well, I can't actually react. I'm sorry. So he's got to be really careful with these shields. I like what you mentioned, Pro, the shield into grab or the shield, light shields into potentially a forward air or a tilt, but he's just not able to fish for these kills. Eli is being so elusive right now.
He has to. I mean, that's one of the big things. All the top Sonic players love to do it. To get a stock, create that space, run you around, run that timer down. You got 5 minutes 50 to make something happen here, Dwayne. You just need to be able to stick on to Eli. It's 142. There's so many options that Cloud has that can take the stock. There we go. I was waiting for that to hit. Just let it rip 3 times. Something's going to happen. So that does get that stock, but 70 up is Dwayne here. Oop, gets a little Omni Slash action going. now is charged at limit once again. Wants to punish Eli, not allow him to run away here.
Oh, 90% on Dwayne. He can turn this around in an instant. As I say that, though, that limit does get burned just to get some percentage here. Nice dash attack, but unfortunately for the Cloud, it's really tough to edge guard this Sonic because of the, insane upward mobility. Whoa! We are getting too saucy here. Eli lost in the sauce. I don't know about that. You were getting a little too spicy.
Oh man, that's very unfortunate. That SD couldn't have come at a worse time. I mean, Eli could be able to bring it back here. I mean, 91% on Dwayne, so it's certainly a possibility. And I do know Sonic loves a good thing about some endless possibilities. So he wants to go, jump right in, try to do some damage on that shield. Limit charge, perfect timing by Dwayne here, returning some fire, looking to potentially take this game and make sure that this character switch isn't too beneficial, doesn't tie things up here.
Edge guarding is going to be in the favor. I don't know, man. Eli, you can't play towards that edge anymore. You've only got one life left to go. Yeah.
That Alfredo a little too saucy. Try to go for that down smash again. Oh, dear.
Right. Well, the spin dashes are really, really tough. You're getting punished now. I feel like Dwayne is starting to respond. Yeah, he understands not giving the Sonic room to breathe here, limiting the amount of stage space. You're at 101%. You've got to get this kill, and it has to be as he
Let it rip.
Get the punch
Charge
there.
But... smash? That's crazy. Hey, this is still very, 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 very winnable here for Eli. I mean, 116, nothing to scoff at as, okay, well, no, good DI. All right, stayed alive. No! But he doesn't land safely. Okay. Dwayne going to go ahead and take that 2-0. Hey, man, I've been there. It happens. Sometimes you think you snap ledge, and you don't snap ledge. It happens. I get it.
And you go into the waiting arms of a Cloud and his Buster Sword, and you're like, oh... How did I get into this situation? It was so good. It was so good for Eli until he was just getting a little too handsy with the ledge. Right? He was just going. I was like, oh wait, I'm actually not playing Kirby. I'm not playing. I don't got multiple jumps. I've only got a spring and that's it. And he just SDs like. Dwayne will take those, but the thing is, he was sweating a little bit.
Yeah.
And I think. As the kind of game went on, as the series went on, we kind of saw him adapt more to Sonic's playstyle and you kind of punishing those spin dashes. Because the worst thing you want to do is just let him spin dash for free. You shield and you don't do anything because there is a lot of stun out of it. But you saw him kind of putting up the pressure a little bit later on, especially when he was a stock up. Obviously, everybody's going to feel a little bit more confident when they're one stock up. But you saw him kind of punishing him and racking the percentage out. And at 115%, it was an uphill battle for Eli. Maybe there was an opportunity to cheese him if he can get the edge guard. I didn't really see a lot of edge guarding play here, mostly because both of these characters have some really good verticality. So it was kind of tough. I was maybe hoping for like a spring kill or something like that to stop the jump, but not much you can do there. Well played to Dwayne, who gets the first point in this. Technically, it's a best-of-5 series between these two high schools, and how it works is each point is determined by who wins the best-of-3. So technically, it's 1 point over to Dwayne and their squad, and they only have to win technically one more series, right? Because it's a best of... Well, no, 2 more series, yeah.
2 more series, yeah. It's a best-of-5 of best-of-3s.
Yeah.
It's
Everyone
the
plays
best of 5
once.
made of the best of 3s. Yes, everybody has to play. So, I mean, that's going to be really good. Like I said, momentum is very, very important in these crew battle type situations. You want to be able to throw your best foot forward and get things out. And them starting, with Dwayne on the side of Truman, making sure he was out first to get that secured point. Very, very smart on the side of Truman High School. So, Series 2, we're going to get that underway real shortly. It's, okay, Kennison versus Brody. I wanted to see how Brody could do. I really did. I mean, rocking that Joker Rob Cloud combination. We'll be opting to pull out the Joker to start. And Kennison going to be starting here with the Snake. So this is going to be a fun matchup. I love a good Snake player.
Snake is one of my favorite characters. It's in Smash, in all of Smash, throughout all the games, I would say I'm like a Marth and a Snake player. Those are my two favorite. And then my third, my bestie is Olimar. So I'm a weird guy, right? I'm a little bit of a janky dude.
Olimar, man. Woo!
Yeah, I love Olimar. I love Snake. And the big thing about Snake is that he doesn't make neutral fair. You hold on to the grenade, you think you got a combo going, and it's done. And you're like, all right, well, we reset to neutral. And he doesn't care. He will take damage. Snake is a heavy. And he will up tilt you. He'll fish for those up tilts. He'll fish for these mine plays. And you can say, oh, it's so easy to play around mine. You see when he's putting it down. You see when he's doing that. When all these different things are happening and it's 30 seconds have passed and the mine is still there on the edge and you forget about it and he goes, here, boom, you're done. You're flying off into outer space like Team Rocket. Like, it is actually insane. It is actually insane. So I'm expecting to see some crazy tech. You can get some really wonky edge traps in. If you grenade into mine, you use the Nikita missile and you drop the Nikita missile so it doesn't actually go. There is some crazy tech. I'm a big nerd for Snake, so I'm expecting a lot of good things here. Yeah. And I know Snake has been getting some better results recently in a lot of the majors and some of the more high-profile tournaments, correct?
It's mostly because of Apollo Kage. Can't even lie. The man is the poster child for Snake players everywhere. Shout out Apollo. Amazing man. But this is actually going to be a fun matchup on both sides because Joker is still considered pretty good into Snake. I mean, yes, you do have the added bonus of having Arsene and, using the Rebel's Guard and using that down B to absorb damage and charge your gauge or even reflect in some cases once you do get that Arsene power up. So on both sides, this could be a pretty crazy matchup. It's really just up to Kinnison to keep that tempo that his teammate Dwayne set and see if we can keep that going. But on the other side here, Brody rocking the white and red for the Joker could do some serious damage if you're getting into it.
Alternative fit here. But you already see the reverse side Bs coming out from Snake. Like, I'm telling you right now, Kinnison is moving. He is moving right now. And it's so hard to approach this neutral. That's you, we haven't really seen a lot happen, but Isagi's already at 60% Crow. He's just taking nade damage.
Yeah, that's the nature of the beast when you do have to go up against this Snake. But the thing is, Brody, does have Arsene. It's a gift and a curse that you will be able to get Arsene popped multiple times without in the same stock because of how much damage you'll be taking from all the auxiliary moves from Snake. So Kinnison, yes, he's keeping that tempo real high, being that real, annoying Nat Snake style that you normally see. But Brody should be able to get this in as, hit up with the up tilt. Tries to snag him with the up B, but up B clashes. Not going to allow that to happen. They're both sitting at that 100 mark. Who's going to get the first stock, though?
Ooh, I like the Nikita missile. He's not fishing for these up tilts just yet. He definitely is at that percentage. But look at this edge play. We talked about game one, not having any ledge guarding, not having anything. Look at these guys. Half the game has been played in the air. Both of these individuals understanding. And a nice
forward smash. I like it.
Forward smash, but is unable to get the kill to Snake. Like I mentioned, is a heavy. Both these guys have full rage. Surely just one little up tilt, one little side tilt is going to kill. Maybe
he wasn't looking for the grenade. He wasn't looking for the grenade. Oh no, that stopped the momentum. Brody was looking for that confirm, but gets smacked out again. Whoa. Okay, we take those. Sleep out equalizes immediately.
Yeah, the grab sleep into the up tilt is almost guaranteed at that percentage. And that's one of those situations where the grenade can be going against you because that back air wouldn't have killed normally, but because he got grenaded halfway through, it actually sends him into the blast zone. And that's what we talked about. Their nades just destroying neutral. And look at these. The fact that he's placing the mines on the platform is essentially saying, you know what, Brody? You are not allowed on this platform. You're not allowed to use this because the moment you go on there, I'm blowing you to smithereens.
Yep, and that's the whole thing with PS2 is basically one of the most standard stages in regulation play. Everybody knows it. Everybody's played majority of their matches on this stage. So knowing exactly the timing on when to throw up a mine and let it hit onto either platform, not allowing Joker to have those platforms that down air though. Hey, that's a good way to stop some explosions. I do like that, but the quick activation of Nikita's is so smart. But baby, he's gonna use an up smash and that falling nade's gonna hit too, putting him ahead. Oh my goodness. Okay.
Are we sure Apollo Kage isn't playing right now, bro? Like, this guy is smooth.
I will tweet him right now.
This guy is moving.
Yeah.
Kennison
Bro,
is
the Brody's
absolutely on one right now. Like you said, the canceled Nikita missile into perfectly timing when he's going to land into the up air. I mean, that's just disgusting. And now he's just ledge trapping him. You can't do anything about it. This is hell. This is a nightmare. This is a hell in a handbasket. Oh my lord.
He can get through. He's chilling right now. Now Brody's good. I mean, I will say, yeah, one dash attack again. One thing I do need to see him doing more, though, is utilizing that down B, utilizing that reflect, that Rebels Guard, that, you know, little bit of a endure now that he is back in the normal form in Joker. It is something that can help out a lot, and it allows him to get these consecutive up airs. So the up B, once again, does not connect. Great air tech, though, from Kennison, doing his due diligence and keeping Brody at bay, because there's so many, like I said, so many opportunities for Brody to get back into this.
That shield. Oh, that shield's looking a little spicy.
Little frail,
for
little
Brody
frail.
here, but Kennison is absolutely just spamming so much. The grenade usage has been amazing, controlling those platforms. We just talked about what's happening, and there's a pull. Brody is fishing right now, and he's looking for the 10-pound salmon, bro. He's looking for something right now.
Oh my gosh, if he didn't tech roll that, that would have been the game with that fully charged forward smash. Saying alive, Brody unfortunately missing out on some damage here. We're going to push a bit forward. See, now this is where Kennison is having to play the keep away game. You see it a lot. He's just throwing grenades, covering his above as well as his forward, not really playing on the offensive side of things. Does have full rage to work with here. He's had some set on one grenade, not enough to take him out. Arsene should be activated here in just a second for Brody. Yes, he does have that. Now that damage boost is active. Dash attack again, good, but the grenade left behind by Kennison stalls it out. He goes for preemptive down B, thinking that he was going to grenade or mine on his way up, but he just gets the jump back air. The DI is not there, and that will actually be Brody sneaking it out, taking that first game.
Shouts out to Arsene. Arsene is the
Persona, baby.
Salute to Persona. Arsene was the deciding factor, because I would argue for like 75% of that match, right?
Yep.
I feel like Kennison had control. He was mining the platforms. He had the grenade control, but he really needed to kill that final stock before Arsene comes out, because then that becomes an uphill battle. Because if you're both at that red percentage line, 80, 90 and above, sure, don't get me wrong, Snake's a heavy. He can definitely take some hits. But if you get hit by a back air, if you get hit by a stray forward air, or even a smash attack here and there, a tilt, it can really set you up for disaster. And we saw how long it took for Kennison to actually establish stage control when he went off. Like you mentioned, he has to cover his descent, he has to cover with the nades, he has to cover with the mines. Like half the game for Kennison was spent off stage, and I don't think he wanted to spend all of it. Like, it might have been a little bit purposeful, but some of that was like, man, can I just get back onto the stage here as we are driving into game two, back onto PS2, the salty run back.
Ooh, I like this. Okay.
Is this controller check?
Brody changing outfits real quick. I like that. It's gonna be interesting though, just because I was kind of expecting. Well, no, because Brody won, so it doesn't get the character switch. But if this did go to, a game 3 or so, I would not be mad to see if Brody switched over to Rob, because I do feel like Rob better fares into the Snake matchup. Like I said, Joker is very much Arsene dependent in a lot of these situations. Is very much, like you saw in that first game, playing on the back foot a lot, having to counteract a lot of the Snake offense, whereas with Rob, you can go just as offensive, if not more offensive, up against Snake, because Gyro and Laser basically beat out all of the projectiles. I think Gyro actually does projectile invulnerability against the grenade. So you can throw it, it will not clank, it will outright beat grenades. So that is something that has to be on the mind of Kennison on the Snake, unless maybe he wants to switch to Lucina into Arsene. Into Joker and Arsene. Admittedly, it's been a while since I've seen that matchup. I know, Marth still does pretty well into it, so you think by proxy Lucina would do. But Lucina's sword property being good at all stages, gives her that little bit of an edge up. So
yeah, it depends. If you have precise play, then the idea is that, like, if you're 99% on point, then Marth is like the better character, right? But Lucina, like you said, obviously makes up for some of those imperfections. Not every player is going to be perfect. Not every player is going to play like a robot. I don't even actually hate the Snake matchup, right? You know what I mean? Like, he played it well. He just kind of got caught a little bit here and there where he wasn't able to confirm some of those kills. He was I would argue, getting a little bit lost in the sauce with some of the grenade play. Like he was just more focused on putting down those double grenades than really what he needs to do with them, and he got caught with them sometimes. I thought it was over when he had the double grenade set up into the grab, but unfortunately he wasn't prepared for it. Like there was a lot of moments where I was like, okay, maybe slow down just a little bit, but it feels like if you kind of slow the pace for Snake, then it becomes a much harder game to play. Like he had the Nikita missile cancel into the kill confirm was absolutely
That was so beautiful.
That was a beautiful
so
read.
good.
And then I was like, oh, he's in his element. Like he's on one, right? He's in flow state or whatever. But you know, Arsene obviously player 1.5, we'll say, really coming in clutch. I love
My
that.
guardian angel, bro. It's so good, dude. But I mean, I will say one thing I do want to see more from Brody in this. Utilize that down B more. It's so good, even on the Joker, level. Just even you're getting that indoor, being able to charge that meter faster because you know you are going to get meter faster in this matchup. But he's going straight on the offensive, not letting him breathe at all. Brody jumping in, not allowing Kinnison to get anything started. It's like, get off me just for a second. Just chill out. Let me do my setup real quick.
Yeah, like give me some space, give me some room to breathe. Is now round one starting a little bit opposite from game one here. 71% on Kennison specifically, but it doesn't really matter, right? Because you're eventually going to get to his percentage, and you're eventually going to get the kill. It's going to be really tough to confirm this. Arsene, though, coming online very soon. If Brody can get this kill early, this would really tilt the game in his favor, because you want Snake, he wants to draw you out. He wants to get you at really high percentages. He doesn't mind taking damage himself. But if you can get those early kills when you're still at like 60, 70%, it becomes really tough for Snake to play the catch-up game.
It's really interesting, the fact that Brody got Kinnison up to 100% before Arsene was even active once.
Yes.
That's the mark of a good Joker play right there. That's
There we go.
the mark of a genius, and that's actually going to be the first stock taken. Brody, he's carrying that momentum over, and I said that would be very, very dangerous for Kinnison if that were to be the case, and we're seeing that in real time happening. Need to restructure, need to regroup his explosion off shield is so nice. But you're stuck in the loops. Eating a lot of damage off of that. Oh, he's gonna pull him straight down too.
Oh, I love that Brody's using the gun as well to, kind of shoot the grenades out. Like, he's actually understanding the deck. He's learning, like you mentioned. You want to see him do it. Nice up tilt, but it's just not going to be enough. This edge guard could be lethal.
Oh, once again, these Nikita short cancels are so smart.
Yes.
So smart. Ooh, we'll take the DOT as that buffed up side B.
Oh my god.
It's a big pillar damage plus burning over time. Oh dear. That's a lot of damage racked up on Kinnison over a short amount of time. I don't know if he's gonna be able to close this one out here. Yeah, Brody's in that mindset. He's got the winner's mindset going. He knows he's up a whole stock and make his own luck, but it's on the side of Kinnison for a moment, managing to get that one. Now 121. Shibby, I've seen a lot of crazy things, but I don't think I've seen 133% rather come back off of one stock.
Yeah, it's tough. Like we said, Snake has to play that catch-up game, and you see Brody shifting his play style a little bit, right? Playing a little bit farther away, goading him. It's like, hey, you have to come to me. I'm going to win this, whether you like it or not. And you're going to have to force a kill. You're going to have to get a little bit more risky. Ooh. You can't just play that keep-away game. And with Arsene coming up very soon, I have a sneaking suspicion that Kennison is not going to have a fun time.
Oh, wow. That was a really well-placed up smash from Kinnison, making sure Brody eats a lot more damage off of that. Does not get any free damage, bro. We're taking a trade at least. Woo-hoo-hoo, the grenade hit into the tech. There's the down tilt. Looking for that up smash on ledge. Okay, or on platform, rather. Okay. This is interesting. You see Kinnison getting a lot more aggressive now. Arsene's gone here, but oh my god, living
175?
175?
175,
No.
he's living.
Can he land safely? He does. Wow. Simple side B does connect.
Back in the air. This guy is fighting for his life. Oh, wait a minute. No, he grenade saved himself. That's disgusting. He's at 200%. This is disgusting. This is an absolute tragedy right now. Brody needs to get this kill.
There's a grenade here. Down throw. Okay, the bounce will take him out. He was looking real scared, but this actually does put Kinnison in a great position. Up smash gonna hit right below the platform and secure the stock. It is back to an even game here in game number 2.
I know you see 20%. Just eliminate that. It's even. It's literally even, guys.
Yep, it's literally even.
It's pretty disgusting here. Brody is going to have to rely on Arsene here to pick up this final kill. And like you mentioned, he's been building it up somewhat interestingly, right? We would expect more Arsenes, but he's been making the most usage out of it simply because Kennison hasn't been able to land a lot of his bread and butter combos here. Some of those grenades have not been landing. We've also seen Brody counteract a lot of those grenades with the gun here. And he's getting caught in some of these loops here. Kennison might be in a double trouble. He has to get back onto neutral, back onto the stage, and he just hasn't yet.
Give himself a little bit of a blow up, trying to return to form. Yeah, it just hasn't been able to really land safely. Peppering with some grenades from above. Has to make the drop trajectories a little bit tricky, non-predictable for Isagi, for Brody to latch onto. Is at 123, 137. I don't think he's going to get quite as lucky and live for as long as he did on that last stock, because Arsene has been popped. And yeah, brother, that's some damage right there. Looking to finish this one off. Oh, dear. Make it a quick little 2-0 in the favor of Paragold High to tie this setup one apiece. And that should be it with that run-up, dash, back turn, back air. Gonna get it done. Tying it up 1-1.
Salutes to Arsene, buddy. Salutes to Arsene. I mean, that literally is the difference maker in this matchup, right? The idea is to survive as long as you can, and then you just have to unleash the combos. I really think Brody did a really good job playing the neutral as he was just playing his Joker, right? Some of those loops that he caught Kennison in, absolutely devastating. Jumping from like 40% up to 87, 90% at times. The fact that the game even got reset to what was essentially neutral or even for both of these guys at that one stock apiece, and the fact that Brody played it so well, I love that he's been shifting his playstyle. That's the mark of a good fighting game player, right? Not just a Smash player, somebody that understands the situation and is able to make the correct decisions consistently. I mean, when he was up, he was playing the keep away game, and he's like, oh, it's neutral. I need to get aggressive now so that I can build my Arsene and kill him before he's allowed to get to like 180, 190, max rage, up tilt, and I die randomly.
Yeah, dude, it was really nice to see that tempo switch up. Like, you need to know when to just push that pedal to the floor, get the gas burning, pop the nitrous tank, let's go. But also when to pull back as well, when to reassess. And like you said, especially in this Snake matchup, you have to know those gaps of power and when to go in the literal bobbing and weaving. So, like I said, really good job on them for tying it up one apiece here. It can be difficult to do at a championship game as well. Woo-wee.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see what's gonna happen here. It's tied 1-1 apiece. I want to see this matchup specifically. Who we're going to see there? I know we saw some people play Raw. We've seen some different characters. I saw a young Link mixed in there somewhere. So there's a lot of projectile, a lot of spammy stuff here. Which, hey, you want to play that way? That's completely fine. I respect that.
Look, as long as they avoid the Zachary Anakin matchup, which I think actually might be the last two, if I'm remembering correctly.
I think it's Little Mac versus Young Link. Indomitable human spirit, right?
Man.
Right? Maybe you can Dempsey roll out of it. I don't really know.
Like it's oh man, this is so tough. This is so tough. Like
I will say, I don't think Zachary has any good matchups. Like it's Snake, Lucina, Young Link, Game & Watch. Like
okay, so Little Mac is objectively fine into Lucina. Pretty okay into Cloud, Game & Watch. Absolutely loses to Rob. Absolutely loses to Snake. So we will be getting Anakin and Zachary. Let's see what the stage pick is, because that's going to be the good one. Okay, we are on Battlefield here. This actually raises the stock of Little Mac. This gives Zachary a lot more opportunity to play with. The platform's going in his favor. Getting onto the slippery Young Link is going to be the name of the game here, as Anakin wants to get that bomb arrow set up as much as possible. But, Zachary cannot allow him to breathe. Going for that. Ooh, no. Be careful. Keep it center. Keep it level. So he is putting the pressure on Anakin, not allowing him to breathe. Like I said, hit him with that B. Just get max out damage, young man. Max out all the damage.
Yeah. And the thing for Zachary here is you just got to make sure that he doesn't get that loop going, right? Like he's got to be really, really on point with and he's got KO available. That's a lot of damage if he can land it.
Oh dear. Yeah, and we'll be knocked away, unfortunately. It is about timing, after all. But man, That was so much damage racked up onto Anakin so shortly. Zachary's able to keep that pressure up. He wants to be able to do it again. He can set this tempo, run up dash attacks, run up side B. Doesn't really need to try to go for any neutral B charges. Is that
nice
jumping up air,
right
leaping
through the platform, right?
Perfectly spaced to the platform. Take him out. Little Mac does die pretty early on, but so does Young Link. That's the thing. So needing to look towards that. Also keeping stock, that mental stack that I talked about is, ooh, baby, you're going the wrong way. Okay.
Yeah, he's just got to prevent Zachary from getting into that flow.
No way.
Right?
No way.
Oh, that kills.
Prevent him to get what flow? Prevent him to get into the what flow? Oh, he charged it. He's getting away with
no.
Oh dear. He's getting away with so much. He's getting away with so much here.
He can break the future.
And
that's
Anakin.
not fair.
Dropped the shield a little bit early. Zachary firing on all cylinders here. Anakin really does need to lock in. Get that projectile game going. I saved the parries from Zachary are so good that KO punch is charged. KO punch is charged. Oh, what a great roll. What a great dodge. Anakin saving his first game life for just a few moments longer. Needs to reestablish that game plan. Like I said, the arrow, the bomb, the boomerang. Live by the 3. Get it going.
That is the flow that you need to get into, right? It's boomerang into arrow into bomb into hit the boomerang back, then you go. But it doesn't matter because Anakin is just dead here. Zachary, what are you on? What are you on? Because
he said I'm doing it for all the little Macs in the world. The championship's for them.
You double parry the boomerang. You hard read the staged roll. No, that's not fair. He's got a third eye. Like that's he's looking into the future.
He's literally hit Nirvana, just perfectly reading, bobbing through everything. Like I was so scared for him. I was so worried for him. I was like, okay, stage choice makes things a little bit better. And then the first stock happened, and I'm like, oh god, this is a lot more even than we could have thought. And Anakin, like I said, just literally couldn't get anything started. I mean, he got a stock, yes, but the Young Link fundamentals that you normally see Young Link players do, getting all the projectiles out consistently and constantly flooding the screen with garbage. Zax just said, nah, I'll win.
Nah.
Who
decided that?
Who decided that?
We said, oh, it's a bad matchup for Little Mac. There's project. Who decided that? And he just comes in. He just comes in, hits him with the KO.
Man.
Side, like the forward smash
Perfect
off
side.
the edge of the
perfect.
stage at like 70%.
Yo, we can talk about that forward smash. That was actually just like a, all right, just going for it. And it just landed perfectly. Like, come on.
That's not fair.
Oh, man.
That's not fair. I mean, yeah. Normally, the Little Mac struggles into Young Link. Apparently, that's not the case here. That's I lied. Zachary doesn't struggle into Young Link. Zachary specifically.
Now, I did have to make a look at the rules because I want to know what stage select goes, how stage select goes. If it does go counter pick wise, Town and City would be so good.
Town and City.
Never mind. We're going to PS2. Okay, I was gonna say we need to get a larger stage. We need to get a larger stage for Anakin to actually work with. He needs to be able to have that space to
get the flow.
It's oh man, it's so difficult. But PS2 can work in his favor as well. You do have a little bit of distance established between them, and that lack of top center platform being there as well does help out a lot as we are getting into it. All right, let's see if it is the second verse, same as the first, or is Anakin locked in and ready to play? Because Zachary, we know he's ready.
Yeah, and you know what I really need to see from Anakin is kind of using some of those more projectiles while he's floating in the air, right? Canceling some of that end lag if you're, bowing on the ground. And we see a little bit of the chain action here.
There we go.
And here comes the flow. Here comes the flow. Oh. Okay.
Parries though.
Those are really good. I like these, but you have to follow these projectiles up, right? I want to see you start kind of leading in with some of these dash attacks, maybe neutral airs here. Youngling neutral air is really good, so I want to see him start kind of using that, maybe out of shield and stuff like that, as you do see it here. And just don't get too predictable. You've bowed 4 times in a row now.
I think he's a lot more comfortable using just bow as opposed to where you see most Young Links focus on bomb a lot.
Bomb boomerang,
As
bomb
boomerang, getting a lot of coverage with that because, you know, a lot better of a controllable range. Is you're going to just hard up B there? Okay, wow, surprisingly, Zachary doesn't get the stock there. Trying to go off the ledge, trying to predict, you know, he's trying to predict the jump back. Not going to happen is, yeah, off stage. You're not surviving that one. Sorry to say, Zachary. Will lose that first stock here. Anakin in the lead for now. How quickly does it get equalized, though?
Oh, nice little hit here.
Oh,
But
God.
that big stage, like you mentioned, PS2, the edge on both of these sides is going to help him a lot. And he's just fishing for these kills. Zachary understands that he can't really take more percentage. He needs to end this
that's a
now
big whiff.
because once the flow happens, that whiff on the up B, like he's at 70%. There's a potential for a 2-stock lead for Anakin right now.
There is. Zachary needs to lock in and lock it down, and actually will. I think it might have
Broke
been
his
some bad
spine.
DI on Anakin's part here, but up to 70%, like you said. Okay, we do have a bit more of the bomb play, but it is catchable for Zachary, too, as he's trying to get in. He's too far gone, too far off stage, and yeah, that's a full stock lead established here. Anakin, he's eating them up tilts.
He's getting mixed. He's getting mixed into the blender right now, and
Uh-oh.
70% has been quickly gained onto Anakin, and I feel like he's abandoned the bomb boomerang bow flow. Like, this guy is just moving so well, and in a blink of an eye, he just eliminates that. What? 2-stock lead?
No.
Who decided that?
Oh, no. All right, Anakin. He's trying not to unravel like I am right now. Needing to lock in here. Missing the up neutral bead. But, well, you know, return to that center stage. Staying on the center platform. KO punch and charge. Oh, it was a little too predictable on this side. On left side stage, he's died twice so far this series over there. Will not fall for a third time. Looking for that off stage. Side stage kill, rather. It's whoop. Yep, hits him with the up air. Sends him flying. Still has enough recovery. Able to get back in. Center stage reestablished. Zachary,
I don't like this.
There's the bait. He's all out of range. That could have been the best read for Zachary here. Anakin has perfect amount of range to get there, and the tail end of the up B does knock away Zachary to make that landing safe, make that stage approachable. Now he doesn't want to try to chance it too much, but he actually just gets him square in the jaw. Zachary with the 2-0. Woo, man.
Are those weighted gloves? Check that, man. Did you got lead in them?
What do you
Cement?
mean? You got this kid throwing flaming arrows and bombs at me, and you go play down some weighted gloves?
Check his
Ref!
gloves right now. Check
Ref!
his gloves. Ref! Dude, the amount of times I'm just seeing kill off the left or right stage with just a forward smash. Oh, man. I mean, very well played. From Zach. Like, that is not an easy matchup, by the way. Like, I kid you not.
You know he's sweating that shit.
That's not how it's supposed to go. Like, you see when Anakin was getting into that bomb boomerang kind of flow where he was really keeping him at bay. But unfortunately, Anakin, I don't know what happened. He kind of just threw that second stock away, right? Like, he really didn't get to his game. He didn't really reset to neutral. He wasn't really able to breathe. And very well played from Zachary, who was able to keep the pressure up. But, yeah, this is tough. Now, I believe I think it's right now it's 2-1 game score. So the way this works now is because it's a best of 5. Any player that has played previously can play. And if it gets tied up, the only players that can play is essentially ones that have not played twice. So this is where the strategy element kind of comes in. I'm interested to see who they're going to be willing to send out, if we're going to see Snake, if we're going to see Cloud. I have yet to see, the Lucina potentially. Game & Watch is still there for Dwayne. And based off of what I'm looking at, he's more of a Game & Watch player than he is a Cloud and Rob player. But like you mentioned, Crow, I'm sure he has all three kind of locked and loaded in the bag.
This is so interesting. Oh, man. If I were on the side of Truman, I would say
I feel like you said the Snake.
Kinnison played super well. Kinnison played super well in that. I would probably go with either him or Dwayne. I think, sitting out the captain is a really good job at this moment. Just because, like I said, Game & Watch Cloud Rob is such a wonderful array of characters to be able to play, and he did do he had the strongest performance out of all of his teammates.
And you need to get to that game 5. You need someone to get you to that game 5.
Exactly. Even if he's not the closer, Give me someone to get me there.
Yeah.
That's where we're
Yeah.
at the moment.
Yeah, you can't
So
you
I would
can't
love
worry
to see- I would
about
love
the
to see
strategy.
Truman
Yeah.
pulled that out. Whereas on the side of Paragold, would be good to see Brody coming back out as, okay, yeah, we're gonna get the captain's match. Okay, yep. Let's see it
Is
right
it
now.
happening? Is it happening? Dwayne versus
Dwayne
Brody.
versus
Cloud
Brody.
versus Joker.
Tail is all the
which-
time.
Yeah, I mean, this is something we've seen time and time again, right? Even at the highest of levels. Will be interesting to see how Dwayne can pilot this. I mean, both of these guys have like second chance mechanics, or you know what I mean, like power ups.
Yeah.
However you want to call it. I like to tip it to Arsene because Arsene lasts a little bit longer. I feel like Cloud's limit. You got to be a lot more snappy with it. You have to be a lot more decisive with it. Though there is a little bit more kill power in how you use it, right? You can use it to edge guard. You can use it, obviously, to get a ton of damage in. The disjointed aerials from Cloud is what's going to win Dwayne this game, in my opinion, right? With that big Buster Sword, the neutral airs, the back airs, if you can land a forward air, if you're feeling frisky enough to go for those.
Bro, if he lands a forward air, I'm losing my
Like
mind.
I don't think
pitch perfect.
I don't think he's gonna go for them. I don't think he's gonna go for them. It's really gonna be like the back air game for Dwayne
Yeah.
here, and just
Yeah.
using that range advantage. Because sure, Cloud's got gun, or sorry, Brody has gun with Joker, but you can really put the pressure on, especially when no Arsene is available. Like typically, limit will be built, I think, before Joker and Arsene gets onto the board. It just depends on how much time you have to charge it.
Yup, and we're getting into it. But the thing is, our Joker just racks up damage so fast with those, like I said, the far away, the gun combos, extensions, plus the side B. It still has that big DOT on it. You can see
Limit.
just getting those hits in, already at limit. Yep, 67. Oh, man. We got a 6-7 joke already. Oh, man.
Oh, my
I'm going
God.
home. Our Sid is activated here, preventing, rather, Cloud from getting any more damage going in. And yeah, look at that, 125 already. This first stock might just be gone. It's snapping for the ledge, both of them playing for it, jogging for position. Ooh-wee. Brody in a better position though.
Yeah, unfortunately, didn't even get to use the limit, right? And Arsene is still here. Arsene has now finally left the club, right? And he's at
up to the B?
186%. Yeah, he's at 186%.
Cloud's a big
max
boy,
range
though.
for Cloud. Yeah, he
that grab.
back air
Down throw?
could be lethal.
Down throw.
Down throw should not be enough. Wow, 200%. That's kind of disgusting.
He said, "You see that, Vit children?" Oh my God, 2-2-2-2. Limit back
Okay.
online. You just wake up with cross slash here.
No,
what I would-
he might
oh.
not go for the raw cross slash. Is he gonna go? For the,
Oh my God, it would have been so clutch. Trying to give it the parry instead.
Oh!
Sit him flying. Whoa!
Okay.
Whoa!
We're Dragon Ball.
What
It's
kind of
Dragon Ball.
anime protagonist fight is this? Hold on.
Wait a
Oh.
minute. Wait a minute.
Oh,
they're literally,
wow.
they're not even really fighting because they hate each other. They're trying to figure out who has the most drip, right? Like, no,
Right,
I've got
right,
more.
right.
No.
My
Have you
fist
seen
more,
my
no?
Advent Children costume? Do you know who I am? Like, that's what they're
Hello?
really fighting over.
Oh my goodness. Where's rest in peace, Monty You would have made this crazy. Dead Fantasy 8. Oh, that would be great.
Oh, Arsene back on the board
Again
here.
already?
Limit as well.
Jeez.
I don't think he's gonna be able to use limit here. Yeah, he's dead. He's just off stage. It's done. It's a
Way
one
too far.
stock lead. Okay. Okay, bro. All right, I get it. Sure, cool, bro. You know the stage. I get it.
Ooh, superior mobility. Ooh, look at me. I'm Joker.
Oh yeah, let me avoid the invulnerability phrase. All right, sick, bro. All right, I got it. You're a nerd.
Oh!
I like that. I like that kind of. Wait, did he almost get the footstool combo?
He
That would've
almost
been
got
kinda
it.
sick.
He almost got it. Oh man, that meaty bounce. Unfortunately, not able to confirm a stock off of that.
Air?
But hey. Dares him to. Because that just went with the down air. Not gonna happen. Go swinging though. When in doubt, nair it out. Making it work. Yo.
The dash attack.
Yo.
The dash
Yo.
attack with, and he has limit up. You gotta let this rip now so you can get the damage. You cannot hold
Roll
on to this
behind.
limit.
It's red though. Has to be careful. Can't.
Okay.
Oh wow. Ooh, great avoidance. Hits him again. No. Dash attack. Just so close to landing. Arsene close to being activated as well.
Arsene
See
is
Brody
coming.
playing around it. Yep. Has been called. Let's see who would win. 88%
This is
climbing
so
'cause that
close.
DOT.
This is so close.
Perfect shield. Oh my God.
The
Timing
shields are getting small.
from Dwayne. So good, but not quite good enough. as Brody clutching it out there. Oh, game 4 in the bag, and so is the series. That's actually an insane way to close it out, but my
Game
goodness,
4,
my God.
Game 1.
Paragold, hi.
We need to see Game and Watch. We need to see Dwayne. No more shenanigans. Give me Game and Watch right now. You do not want to lose this way, Dwayne. You don't want to go out there saying, "Man, I should have put Game and Watch. I should have picked Rob." No more shenanigans. You're not gonna outpace Arsene. It's just not possible. It is really a death meter. Like, Limit is not gonna out. Like, you don't have as much opportunity to use Limit. You saw what happened.
So,
Give me Game and Watch. Give me Game and Watch right now.
So my whole thing though is, with the Game and Watch pick, you lose so much tempo.
Yes.
Versus the Joker. And it's like, I would say, oh, just go Rob here. But the thing is, Brody plays a lot of Rob as well. So he knows how Rob
knows
into
the matchup.
Joker goes. He knows how to play against it. So yes, you would probably have to default to the Game and Watch. But I just don't think it's the best idea.
I mean, he knows how to play against
I
Cloud.
don't,
Like,
well, I don't hate the Cloud. The Cloud did pretty well. And like I said, like, if they go Hollow Bastion for the next stage, honestly, I think he's fine. If they go, PS2 for the next stage, I think he's fine in sticking with the Cloud. And I don't think you need to risk the literal must-win game on the Game & Watch, just because it does take a little bit to ramp up. And we do have confirmation, I believe. We are going with the same picks.
wait. Huh? Swap? What does he mean, swap? Cloud versus Rob?
Wait, what?
Who's playing
switching?
Rob?
Brody
is switching. Wait, bro, is it a stage thing? Is it because they chose a bigger stage? Oh, is Rob about to... is Brody going to put him in the blender? Is Brody going to put him in the blender?
Interesting. Okay. Wait, they both switched.
No, this is Aura. This is
that's crazy. That's crazy. Okay. Got it. So Dwayne is sticking with the Cloud. Brody switching to the Rob. Okay, go. Not now, Google. Leave me alone. Oh my God.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Rob needs to look for Google, OpenAI, something. Because you don't got any answers. You're 126%. Ask Grok, do something, bro.
Limit Slash is on and available. Whoop, just wants to swing down. Saving up maybe. Blade, no, it actually just lets it run out. Wow, interestingly enough. Oh! You remember in Dragon Ball Super when Goku was Ultra Instinct and fighting Kefka and like jumps over her like combo attack? That's exactly what just happened right there.
That's that. Yeah.
That's exactly what happened right there.
And 42% only built onto the Cloud here. I mean, this is tough, right? Uphill battle right now.
Ooh.
Okay.
Nice.
All right.
I love that. Stalling the momentum and making sure you're able to get back to ledge. We'll get Tombstone Drag here. Misses on the up tilt though. That's critical. That's key. Brody. Maybe. No, not getting quite started here. Yeah, and Dwayne knows to wait out that charge on that side smash, so very smart on him. Staying alive on it.
He's a Rob player. That's the thing, right? He's a Rob player.
Yup. Oh, dear.
Oh, didn't have
Oh,
he was looking for the empowered climb
up,
hazard. Yeah, couldn't find
just
it.
shy.
And
Just shy on the limit. Still in a decent position here. But this is a must-win game. This is a must-win game for Truman High to stay in the series. Brody looking to finish the one off for Paragold.
I'm really interested to see how this is working because it was a nice substantial lead, but now Truman High, they're on the back foot. They are all their hopes and dreams rest on this Cloud who's at 115%, has limit, but just cannot get this kill. Oh my God! You've got to get it. You've got to do something.
Oh,
limit
it's lost.
is
It's
gone.
lost. It's okay though. It's okay. We going golfing. Want to charge a decent amount up here. Try to go to that disjoint.
Okay.
That. Fair, but not gonna really get anything. Actually gets the down air. Okay, I'm surprised Brody went for a linear recovery, immediately returned final stock for both.
He got put in the blender there, unfortunately. Does get taken out, and we're at one apiece, even as could be. And nice grab into the confirm, and he's gonna take you off stage. He's like, "What do you do? What are you gonna do? I'm putting my hands on you!"
Oop. Be able to return barely to stage, grasps that ledge with all the power of friendship he can muster. Has limit charge as well. 52%, still a decent chunk, can be taken out, but no, there's the chase off. Ooh, fair didn't land. Waits out that force mesh as well. Wait a minute, the afterburners are gonna connect.
No.
Has to burn a little bit just to get back to stage. 120 on Dwayne here, not in a good position. Brody looking to finish things off. One down air is all it takes, but what a tech! What an air dodge. Still gets clipped, can't return safely, has not been able to do a lick of damage to Brody here. Does get the ledge and the invulnerability back on stage. Still can't get anything done. He's too far away. He's getting more and more damage. Racked up on him, 164 now for Dwayne. Great shield, but he can't return any damage. He has not got on offense since this stock has restarted. There's a little bit, but he's going too far forward. Laser just barely missing with the gyro, clips him back on the stage. Oh no, there's no more time. There's nowhere else to run. There's no more in the chamber at the last second, but that's the last gas he's going to be able to get. He will not be able to get back to stage. A Truman High will fall, and Paragold High will be the victors here, taking it 4-1. What a way to close it out.
Let that man land! Let that man land!
Oh man!
Did he even get to play Super Smash Brothers Ultimate? That stock.
That last stock was so nasty.
Bro was playing a different game. He was not playing Super Smash Brothers Ultimate. He was playing Can I Land? Am I allowed to play the video game?
You know that, like, it's the holidays, and it's just a fond memory of playing with the relatives when you're younger, and you know, just doing the cheapest thing possible on side stage. And your siblings like, let me play, and you're like, nah, you go learn. You're about to learn the game. That's exactly what that felt like. Oh my goodness. Oh,
Congratulations to Paragold High for taking the 3-1 victory. A bit of a different format from crews, from singles, but honestly, I mess with it. I kind of like it. Pseudo King of the Hill, Crow, me and you are going to know this. This is kind of like the old school Star Ladder, StarCraft stuff where you'd send out certain players. But unfortunately, there's no Flash in this one, and he can't just dominate everyone just yet. But I like what I saw, the strategy that comes in. Everybody gets to play once. We did see a potential comeback. I still would have loved to see that Game & Watch come out. I feel like if that, based off of the information that we're getting, if that was his best character, we would have loved to see that. Interesting swap, though, to the Rob, right from Joker. Like, that's a kind of a big brain play, especially with the stage they went onto, the edge guarding, the ability to use those gyros. It was looking a little dicey in the beginning, but once the Rob kind of got into the rhythm, once he got into the flow chart, like, it was rough. And unfortunately, that cloud just couldn't land, bro. He was stuck in the sky forever, drifting slowly to his death.
Genuinely could not land, and it was very, very sad to see. I mean, it's crazy because we saw that, I mean, Truman High was 18-0 in their fall record, right?
Yeah.
And I mean, Paragold High just, you know, right below them, only dropping one series. So this was going to be a close game, and it was close at the start, but the way they were able to just pull ahead towards that end, you know, once they got that lead, they held on to it. So it just showed you how close it was. Congratulations to Paragold High for the victory in the AAA SBU teams bracket. And I mean, hey, if there's nothing else left to say, Shibby, take it away.
Well, you did mention coming home for the holidays, playing with your siblings. A game that I used to play a lot with my older brother, and he would beat me up all the time, is Madden. So, if you're interested in not just getting beat up by your older sibling in Madden, register today for the second qualifier of the Madden NFL Youth Championship, which is your last chance to compete in the Madden NFL 2026 and earn your spot in the MYC Finals. That's the Madden Youth Championship Finals. The MYC champion wins a trip for two to Super Bowl LA. X at Levi Stadiums in Santa Clara, California. Hey, that's kind of near me, right? That's close to me. Qualifier number 2 action kicks off on Friday, January 9th, 2026. Scan the QR code on the bottom right. I'm giving you a little bit of time. We're going to leave it up a little bit. Scan the QR code on screen to register for free today. And with the way the NFL is looking, Crow, the Super Bowl is not just going to be the Eagles and the Chiefs. It's actually looking very wide open. So I'm really interested in seeing who gets to win a trip with their dad, their mom, their brother, their friend, their girlfriend, whatever. Doesn't matter. Bring somebody to the Super Bowl. You get a chance to win the Madden Youth Championship. Crow, that was fun. I loved getting on the mic with you. It doesn't matter the title, doesn't matter the game. We always have a lot of fun here. And hopefully the 2 teams that competed here today had a lot of fun. Congratulations once again to Paragold High coming in as a slight underdog with that 3-1 victory and the captain closing it out. I've been Shibby. That's been Crow. Follow us on everything. And we'll be back later this week in the next couple days to cast some more Ultimate League, Rocket League, whatever you name it. The game is on there. One of us is going to be on there. Thank you so much and have a great rest of your day.